What is up, Overwatch fans? I hope you guys are all having a wonderful weekend, and if you're not, well, I think you're about to, because we are here today to bring you the Calling All Heroes Rise Together Minor 3, hosted, of course, by Toronto Defiant. We've got the best marginalized gender talent that this scene has to offer, and I am so excited to get to be the one to bring it to you. My name is CB, and I'm joined by my lovely co-caster, Jag, who I know is just as eager as I am to get into it.
Absolutely. We got some great games last week on Saturday during the Swiss stage, but I gotta say, I was a little jealous of both K-Wing and Chef Billy. We got 2-0 Overwatch throughout the entire of our cast. They got a bunch of map 3s. They even got a map 4, but it's playoff season. It is playoff time, and I'm hoping that we get to see some great games as well as some extra maps here today.
Yeah, I was a little bit upset as well, a little bit jealous, but like I can't be too jealous because we get to do playoffs. Like, that's not the flex on Billy and K-Wing. A little flex, a little, just a wee bit. Not too much of a flex though. They got some banger maps, and those matches that they got to see set up some incredible storylines for this playoffs bracket, and I can't wait to dig deep into it because there is a lot to unpack here. And even like when we start off with our first map, there's a ton of moving parts that I cannot wait to get into with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you are new to Calling All Heroes, or if you just didn't get to see last weekend, we've got a little refresher here for you to show you exactly what the format of Calling All Heroes is, exactly how it works. As you see here, we started with 2 days of Swiss stage play. Now we are down to our top 8 teams, the best of the best here at the Rise Together Minor 3. And it is double elimination. So the good news is that if you lose here in round 1, you're not done. There's still plenty of chances to get back into the swing of things, plenty of chances to get into that grand finals later on tomorrow. But I gotta say, it's, round 1 being a first of 2, a little bit less room. If you make that mistake, you fall down early, a little bit harder to get back up, but then everything from there on in is gonna be a first of 3.
Yeah, it's nice to have that little first to 3 safety net down there in the lower bracket. It does help, be a little bit more conducive to that miracle lower bracket run that we all love to see. Everyone loves a good double elim bracket, and I'm no different. And, this first round being first to 2, like you said, is very interesting, but it does also kind of, help us get things along, help us get into the swing of things. Sort the wheat from the chaff a little bit earlier, because there's a lot of, like I said, a lot of moving parts in this early rounds. We want to get into it. We want to get deep into the bracket. We want to see all these storylines unfold before our very eyes, because these teams, they're all hungry. They all want to play to win. They all want to win that cash prize. They also want to win those circuit points. That's what it is all about at the end of the day. All of these teams just playing to try and get as much circuit points as they can so they can win a spot in the championship. And again, we only have one more major Calling All Heroes tournament after this, and then it's LCQ. So those circuit points are all important.
Absolutely. And again, it is per a player, not per a team. So sometimes those, I would say, rewards shift over time. Some of the points shift over time, team to team, based on where players have been previously. But we know that you are competing for a top 6 spot. You get into the top 6 after the next major. You have secured your place in that Grand Finals Championship happening in 2024. But here today, I mean, there is going to be something for the viewers as well. We don't want to leave you out whatsoever. The players, they know what they're playing for, but you watching at home will also be able to get some amazing things from the broadcast. We got skins. Of course, we've got skins. Last week it was Mercy. This week we've got Kiriko and Hanzo.
Yep, Kiriko and Hanzo contender skins going to be available all weekend, so make sure you stay tuned in because we're going to be back here tomorrow as well. So we got all day today, all day tomorrow to rack up those hours, build up those skins, and then, represent tier 2 when you go into game. We all love to rep tier 2 and, support Overwatch contenders. And hey, you can do that by also supporting Calling All Heroes, which is what you're here to do. So, get some skins for it.
Absolutely. I mean, what's better than watching some amazing Overwatch and getting rewarded for it? But going back to last weekend and what we saw, it was a bit of a doozy. You and I, we had expectations. I think those expectations were shattered in a few different places. I know I was expecting a very, I would say, I didn't expect like a meta to form. I didn't expect every team to be running the same thing. And we did see some variation here and there. It seems like a lot of teams wanted to run a Sigma Rush or Sigma with Lucio Baptiste, run a little bit of DPS that were a bit different, some Bastion, some Genji, some Sojourn, some Echo. But also, where teams finished was not what I expected whatsoever. There were some big upsets. There are some teams that did not make this top 8 that I was expecting to be here in playoffs.
Yeah, a couple, notable exceptions. We don't get to see Kunoichi CGL here. Valiant Guardians actually just barely squeaked by. Didn't actually almost didn't actually make it in with that 4-2 record. They're still kind of sitting middle of the pack, but I kind of expected them to hit a little bit harder. Fable also just barely squeaking by, 3-3. There's definitely a storyline to that team that I want to get into. A true underdog story from Fable, and I'm looking forward to seeing them a little bit later on today if we have the chance to get them on the broadcast. But, again, going back to the teams that didn't make it, Bad Blood is another one that we might have expected to see. Azathoth, another one that has a ton of talent and didn't quite make it in. All of these 3-3 teams that just narrowly missed the playoffs. Any of them could have been here, and it would, no one would have been surprised, but those over on the left-hand side of your screen, that's our top 8. That's who we have to work with today. And there is still a ton of talent over on that side and a ton of storylines, like I said, that I cannot wait to get to untangle for all of you. And let's get into it. Let's have a look at the bracket here so that we can see how some of these storylines are going to unfold. Like you've already seen, our first matchup of the day is going to be this first round, first to 2 matchup between GRE Nightmare and Vancouver Titans Blue, which, we have seen before, but we'll get into that. And as you can see, there's also a ton of other banger matches. Washington Timeless versus Fable. That's going to be a big one that I definitely want to see. Aegis versus Valiant Guardians is going to be another close call. Either way you slice it, there's so much to look forward to here.
There absolutely is, and Washington Timeless have been absolutely outstanding throughout the entire tournament. Not only are they our first seed coming into playoffs, not only are they on an undefeated match streak, they're on an undefeated map streak. They have not dropped a single map throughout all of the Rise Together Minor 3 thus far. So Fable, that underdog run that you discussed, I mean, they got to pull out some miracles here to beat this Goliath that Washington Timeless has become over the last few events here in Calling All Heroes. And then down at Valiant Guardians, you mentioned them before. 4-2 doesn't look like squeaking by that much on paper, but they were 1-2. Leaving the first day of last weekend in the Swiss stage. They had to go perfect on the day in day 2 to get to where they are, and they only got a 6 seed through all of that hard work. However, we do know they had some roster issues. They weren't playing with their main support lineup, so I'm very interested to see with new players in the mix how they'll be able to fare themselves. But we got to talk about this matchup that's in the lower third right now. GRE Nightmare against Vancouver Titans Blue. I was not expecting GRE Nightmare to get the number 2 seed, looking at the amount of talent, looking at the established teams that we have here in Calling All Heroes. It was very surprising, but they went on a 5-1 run, a very impressive feat. But I think you and I still have some questions about their overall performance. You look at the teams that they ended up playing against last week, and it wasn't necessarily the most challenging of opponents, I would say.
Yeah, you mentioned that one loss on their record, and that one loss was to Drainers, who we do have to consider to be one of the potential favorites to walk away with the whole thing. But, a loss is still a loss, and we haven't seen a whole lot of other big wins out of there. We do see some of the other playoff teams, Bear Claw, Vancouver Titans Blue, and Aegis all on their chopping block, all being ran through, but those still aren't the top teams. When it comes to those top teams like Drainers, like Washington Timeless, we haven't really gotten to see them be tested properly. They even walked away with a bye in round 1, which, is nothing to shake at. It is what it is. It happens. Sometimes the bracket just happens that way, but it means that we didn't really get to see them at full strength. They have potential, but can they keep up the pace, and can they step it up the next time they go up against a roster like a Drainers or like a Washington Timeless? And for that matter, can they beat this new iteration of Vancouver Titans Blue, who you can see they went 3-3 in Swiss last weekend, but there is a pretty big asterisk next to that.
Yeah, you look at this record, you're thinking, 3-3, middle of the table, not able to get a positive win-loss. Their only wins are over teams that did not make playoffs either, but that is a big asterisk, and we're going to get to that in just a moment. We're going to be looking at the rosters in just a little bit. But you look at this and you're saying, it's a 2-1 victory for GRE Nightmare. This is just going to be a repeat. How could this be different? Well, it could be very different because Vancouver Titans Blue did not play with the same starting 5 last week as they will this week. They had some players that were ill. They had some players that had to go into a different role than they're used to try to fill in those holes in the roster. So even though I feel like we've seen a lot of what GRE can do, I don't think we've seen a lot of it what Vancouver Titans Blue can do just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And once we get into those rosters, we can start to talk a little bit about that because, again, yeah, I know you're saying to yourself, dear viewer, CB, I have already seen this matchup, but I can assure you that you have not, because there is going to be a lot of different moving pieces and a lot of different things that we are going to see, potentially some meta shaking coming out from the side of Vancouver Titans Blue. We'll get to that in a second, but first, here is your starting lineup for GRE Nightmare, and there was a lot to be impressed by this roster last weekend. I want to call out Persona as being a high point of this team, as well as Vanguard. All of the tanks in Calling All Heroes, especially in this crop of playoff talent, has thoroughly impressed me, and Vanguard is no different.
Yeah, Persona, a player that has been on Team Peru for the Overwatch World Cup twice now, including this past year. Vanguard also looked very impressive. They ran a lot of Sigma comps, a lot of Orisa comps, and looked very good overall. It was a 2-1. They did end up dropping that control map, but I gotta say, New Junk City, especially from that VOD, if you're able to watch either live or just watch the recording of it, they looked really, really well established and really just well versed in the Sigma compositions. But we got to move on to Vancouver Titans Blue now, show exactly what they're bringing to the table today. And like we said, very, very different from what we had last week. Phone was on tank. That's something to note. She looked pretty good on the Reinhardt, and she was trying to also run the Sigma here and there, but you know, she's a hit scan player. She is a TPS player, so she's gonna be back in her main role today.
Yeah, we also were missing out on Claire and Spinor. Spinor's absence was what drove Phone over to the tank role, and so Vancouver Titans Blue were essentially playing with 2 substitutions and a player off-rolling. At that point, it's an entirely different team. So sure, GRE Nightmare did look impressive going up against them, but that wasn't Vancouver Titans Blue at their full strength. Not to make excuses for Vancouver Titans Blue, by the way, because, you know, they still made their bed and they had to lay in it. It's impressive, though, that under those conditions, Vancouver Titans Blue were able to make it to playoffs at all. But now we actually get to see what they look like at full strength. Has there been some sort of lost time from not having those players in the rotation, from having Phone not on her comfort pick? Is there going to be any, you know, growing pains with this roster, or is this the full Titans that GRE Nightmare are going up against that they might not be fully prepared for? They might not know what it is that they're walking into. There's a lot of questions. Like we said, can GRE Nightmare keep the pace? Well, we'll find out if they can take down what might be a full Vancouver Titans Blue. And is it a full-strength Vancouver Titans Blue? There is only one way to find out, and that is by throwing these 2 Beyblades into the arena and seeing which one of them stops spinning first.
Yeah, you gotta spin to win, right? Whether it's the Orisa, maybe even a Reaper that comes out to play. But I think these 2 teams have a very interesting dichotomy. They kind of have a contrast to each other. GRE Nightmare is a new team for all senses. You know, this is the first event they've played together under this name. However, they have a lot of history. You've got a few members that were from the old Rift Guardians team before they were rebranded to Valiant Guardians. You have some members from Shikakami who have been a long-standing team that have represented marginalized genders in the scene of Overwatch Open Division, contenders, etc. Meanwhile, Vancouver Titans Blue, this is a roster that has been together since, or at least the team has been together since basically the beginning of Calling All Heroes, but they've never really been able to find that success they're looking for. They're an established org, part of an Overwatch League team, but they've never finished higher than 5th or 6th. They've never been able to break into that top 4. So it's really intriguing that you have this team that's been long-standing, that hasn't really found the same success as some other teams that are with Overwatch League organizations, versus GRE Nightmare, these new kids on the block who have been absolutely dominating early on, but maybe haven't been tested as much as some of the other teams that are in the top 4.
I mean, they're about to be tested right now. And by the way, I've seen a little, like, I've been talking a little bit with Claire from Vancouver Titans Blue and seen a little bit of glimpses as to what Vancouver Titans Blue have been scrimming. You talked earlier about the meta, about how all these teams want to play Sigma. And the Sigma play, again, across the board has been phenomenal. But I've seen a couple of screenshots of compositions that Vancouver Titans Blue have been running. I don't think we're going to see it on Control, but when we get into our second map, which, let's be realistic, is probably going to be Numbani because that's what everybody loves to pick for hybrid, don't be surprised if you see a Wrecking Ball. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to promise anything. I'm not going to hold anybody to it, and I don't want to look like a fool if they come out and try to play the meta as well, but do not be surprised. As for our Antarctic Peninsula, which is going to be our first map for Control, I don't expect there to be any surprises. I expect both teams to run out with some variation of rush, potentially that Reinhardt rush, as that's a little bit more conducive here, or maybe sticking with that tried and true Sigma that we have seen pretty much every team that made playoffs favor.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we talk about Antarctic Peninsula, depending on the submap, some are a bit better for just running at the enemy team. I don't think high ground usually is a big contesting point on this map except for one of the submaps. But overall, it's kind of just, you're running at each other the entire time. You're trying to overpower the enemy team. You're trying to show who's boss of the opposition early on. And momentum is so important on these control maps. You win the first fight, you get that first point capture, and your odds of winning that submap go up exponentially. And again, this is a matchup we've already seen. This was the one map type that Vancouver Titans Blue were able to take. It was on Lijiang Tower, so a bit of a different look here. A very different map type. I feel like Lijiang Tower is a bit more diverse in the compositions you can run, depending on what submap it is. Here, it's kind of more of the same. But already we're going to see a very different look early on for Vancouver Titans Blue. They did run the Sigma a little bit with Phone, but mostly it was Ryan all day. Every day you can see Spiner back in the lineup, going to be running with the Sigma early on.
Maybe not running. Maybe, taking a
Walk
pause.
floating.
Maybe. Well, that was more. I was trying to make a joke about the fact that we're pausing. We're not running. We're going nowhere fast. Yeah, Sigma also doesn't run. He just kind of like levitates with the dogs hanging out there, like kicking over a couple rocks as he floats by. Happens. It's just who he is. I'm curious, what this is going to look like as we go into sub-level, because again, a lot of these maps tend to favor that Reinhardt rush style, and we saw GRE Nightmare quickly flashing and showing the Orisa composition, which is a little bit more close to what that Reinhardt wants to do. We didn't really get a whole lot to go on here, but all right, quickly, back into the action. Very short pause. Hate to have to do that to you, chat, but here we are, ready to go. Like you said, Vancouver Titans Blue on that Sigma composition, floating, not running, out the gates.
The big advantage they have is with the shield, the Bastion can live for days. Phone can just sit behind the shield, do a lot more damage. It's a little bit more difficult for Persona. He's going to have to play a few more off angles, kind of have to be a little bit more careful with just being out in the open. And you're going to see Mikdem trying to get that wall early on, but it's immediately broken.
Yeah, not a whole lot of space being taken by the Sigma right now, but Phone with the early pick off there onto Persona means that Vancouver Titans Blue can just go ahead and march right on forward, and with Vanguard out of the picture, there is no longer a horse to stop the march. Vancouver Titans Blue with a pretty swift and easy first point cap, and they're even playing a little bit forward to hold space and make it so GRE Nightmare has to swap comps if they have any hopes of getting back into it.
I feel like this is the one map you'd especially want to run a Reinhardt on if you're not going to be running the Sigma. Yeah, here it is, because you want to control that high ground. You want to have that shield, like I was saying. You can see their Spinor just created so much space for Phone to just continue to throw out so much damage. But now it's going to be the opposite Mei wall coming out.
Yeah, the Mei wall comes out from Mercedes. They swap to the Mei as well, does GRE Nightmare, and it does pay dividends almost instantly. That wall behind a Sigma is a death sentence. There's nothing that Sigma can do. You just got to hope that your team either breaks it or gets a clutch immortality field. And yeah, the attempts were in vain for Vancouver Titans Blue as GRE Nightmare, off the back of that one swift, easy pickoff, flipped the point. Only 32% for VTB.
And they've completely just flipped everything. I mean, the comp's a little bit different. The Reinhardt is a big win for them, but they already have their matching amplification matrix. So there's no ult advantage on the side of Vancouver Titans Blue. Now they're going to have a really hard time trying to get back in. You can see the wall come out again. Their game plan is very simple. They're just going to keep bringing up the wall and hope that they can catch someone off guard. That time, Vancouver Titans Blue able to sustain through it. And they're going to go for the Blizzard, but Mikdem falls.
I wanted to call out that Mikman already had the Blizzard, but I mean, it doesn't seem like there's going to be a whole lot of follow-up. I don't even know if it went off, but that said, Phone going to go ahead and continue the investment, try and get a little bit more value. They do take down Mercedes, but it's traded out, and with the Blizzard coming out from Mercedes before it all falls down, Vancouver Titans Blue, they can't really get a whole lot of purchase, and yeah, that's just a dead fight.
And they use 2 DPS ultimates there. GRE Nightmare, meanwhile, has everything except for the Blizzard that just went out. So Vancouver Titans Blue, they're going to try to make some swaps. Gone is the Mei, going to the Genji, trying to go for some of that more consistent upfront damage as opposed to just trying to catch someone off guard with the wall. Can dash through, immediately take someone out who's pretty low. Amp Matrix going to be finally used here by Claire. It's going to create some space, but GRE Nightmare, they're just kiting it, and now they're going to fight it on the foot with all their ultimates. It's going to be the Overclock coming out first.
Yeah, it's a very interesting Ant Matrix that comes out from Claire from the low ground to the high ground, and you can see the value that the high ground from the low ground that Jono puts out with their Ant Matrix. The value that puts out is exponentially bigger than the one that Vancouver Titans Blue got there. And a late stagger there onto Mictum is going to make it all the more difficult for Vancouver Titans Blue to get back in there. 85% and ticking, one fight territory. How do Vancouver Titans Blue get in on here?
They do have a Gravitic Flux. They also have a sound barrier, so really it's about Nostalgia staying alive. They have to make sure they can at least match the sound barrier that's about to come out. There it is. They're going to use it early, and now they're going to use their own sound barrier as a counter. Now everything is even, but it's going to be a little bit of an advantage for Vancouver Titans Blue because they'll have the overshoots a little bit longer, and there's their first pick.
Yeah, and it's a pretty valuable one, taking out the Lucio there. Poryu's gonna fall, and Vanguard going to fall not long after. And Spinor is kind of going absolutely crazy right now. The Sigma play from her was absolutely missed. No, no shade to Phone on the tank, but Spinor is the real McCoy, and that is what Vancouver Titans Blue need. But now they need to run it back and hold all the way back up to 100.
Yeah, they have to win every fight from here on out. If they lose even one, it is doomed here on this sub-map. It's going to be 1-0 for Jiri Nightmare. Good news is that Blade, that Genji swap, is starting to pay dividends. They are starting to get some quick picks, but also that Blade almost locked and loaded. They know that there's going to be no sound barrier because it was just used.
All right. Jiri Nightmare charging forward. Phone gets a little bit caught out there. Persona with a swift rail shot to the dome, and that is going to be the Bastion now taken off the field, and that gives Jiri Nightmare all the room they could possibly want to charge forward. Mickman barely able to get out alive. You definitely don't want to lose another DPS. Persona slides away, narrowly avoiding defeat there. The Blade's going to come out from Mickman, but there's a blizzard from Mercedes that they're gonna have to watch out for, and it's not enough. Mickman going to fall, Spinor getting frozen up. Vanguard does fall, his Phone is now back on the field. Spinor is actually still clinging onto life with their bare feet. And I mean, Vancouver Titans Blue just barely somehow are able to hold on here. A token artillery strike coming up from Phone. Might just be looking for a stagger. 90%, one fight left to go.
Oh, they're gonna potentially want that back. I think they were trying to force out the Immortality Fielder or get that really quick pick onto the Baptiste, but neither happened. It is gonna... The charge from Vanguard, who can't get there. Vancouver Titans Blue. It doesn't even matter that the artillery strike was used. A great sound wave there to catch the tank off guard. They're not able to touch. And Vancouver Titans Blue, they steal one there.
Yeah, they understood the assignment there. That boop from Nostalgia and then the Gravitic Flux from Spinor, just as an insurance policy in case Vanguard still touched after that boop. That was just impeccable timing, great play. Not a C9 by any stretch of the imagination, just good old classic, hey, we're not gonna let you touch the point. We don't have to kill you, we just have to zone you out.
Absolutely, it's not a C9. There was an attempt, there was potential to go for that last second contest, but just the ability usage by Vancouver Titans Blue, too good at the very end, very, very clutch. But as we move now to our next sub-map here, it's going to be very interesting. There's actually going to be a stay here for Mercedes on the Symmetra. We saw it last time for the teleporter so they could try to get to the point. I really would love to see your Jiri Nightmare just try to teleport around Vancouver Titans Blue, try to get behind them and go for some flanky stuff, but they're just going to get Vanguard right off the bat.
Yeah, someone needs to teleport Vanguard to a hospital right there, and Claire's going to be more than happy to help out with that. Persona's going to fall as well, and yeah, it's just classic Overwatch. With no tank, there's no one to soak up all the damage, and when it falls to everyone else, they don't last very long. Vancouver Titans Blue, once again, with the first cap.
Yeah, and here's the thing. If you aren't able to be aggressive as Vanguard, as Jiri Nightmare, like, you can't really do much of this comp. You saw the wall. It created a lot of space. You can see, actually, Jiri Nightmare is already now swapped back to the Mei. No more Symmetra, so they're trying to match them once again. But they're having a really hard time rotating into this. You can see that Vancouver Titans Blue, they are getting smarter with how they are playing. They're playing a bit more split. They're making sure they can't get off guard. And again, they get this first pick.
Yeah, Jono gets a little bit lost there, gets found by Mickman, who's going to also clean up Mercedes, and this should be a pretty swift fight win for Vancouver Titans Blue. I mean, it was a good rotation from Jiri Nightmare, but they just kind of put themselves in a position where Phone can just pump in all the damage, melt the shield, and with no shields, what do you got? Just a couple of icicles lodged in your temple.
And Mercedes now trying to play some musical chairs with the DPS. This is now the third swap they made. The Echo could potentially be a game changer. If they are able to fly over the top, get some sticky grenades in the focusing beam, they could instantly melt someone. It's actually going to be the artillery strike first from Phone. Doesn't find much, but it does create a lot of space once again.
Just creating some space, buying some time, and that's all Vancouver Titans Blue need right now. They did also invest the Ant Matrix, though. I think I would have liked to have that one back, especially since GRE Nightmare have one of their own, as well as a sound barrier, so they might be able to get some purchase with this if they are able to get the angles. They're still, you know, trying to find a way in, still a little lost, still looking for the lamb sauce right now, and Mercedes gets caught out by Claire. The Gravitic Flux from Spinor with the sound barrier to respond, but having that out of play, oh, that was an opportunity for GRE Nightmare to make a move, and they just didn't.
That was every ultimate, though. Vancouver Titans Blue has used everything in that last engagement. GRE Nightmare, they have ultimates, but do they have time? They're getting hunted down one by one. Johnny, who cannot live long enough. The emergency Doomfist for the touch. CB, I don't think there's going to be a contest here.
No, everyone from Vancouver Titans Blue is playing forward, and there's another nice boof there to stop Vanguard from getting to the point. All the body blocking, everything you could possibly want to not let that Doomfist touch. And again, like, you know, we saw that in that early engagement, Vancouver Titans Blue invested 2 ultimates, and they didn't really get a whole lot but time and space. That was an opportunity for GRE Nightmare to go in with their ult advantage to try and make something happen, but you know, you had Persona going out for a flank that just got caught out. You had everybody else not really pushing in to help make the space for them, and it all just kind of falls apart there. And Vancouver Titans Blue, once again, second verse same as the first, take control 2-0.
Same beginning, same first chapter, but can they rewrite the script going forward? They had a hot start last time. Again, they got that control map in the last verse 2 as well, but then they got reverse swept, losing the last 2 maps of the series to drop that game in the Swiss stage. But it's a new Vancouver Titans Blue. It's a whole new day. We'll see if they can keep bringing the heat. I gotta say, for GRE Nightmare, I like the Reinhardt swap. It looks like it was a bit more comfortable for them. Maybe going forward, they will try to play the Sigma counter, or the Sigma mirror, excuse me, because that's what they played most of the last series. But I gotta say, especially on Icebreaker, if you're not running the Symmetra, it's gonna be incredibly difficult for you to make that Rein work. I think on sub-level, it's a little bit easier because there's a lot of high ground you kind of just like run around, but on Icebreaker, you have to teleport behind them. You've got to try to find them out of position. You got to try to go for some of those crazy flank plays. And once it didn't work, you could see like it kind of seemed like they were getting a bit frazzled, that they were kind of panicking a little bit. You saw all the different swaps. They never really got to build that ult bank up. And once they finally had ultimates, it was just a little bit too late. So GRE Nightmare not getting off to the start they wanted to, but they at least have one more map to try to bring it back.
Yeah, Vancouver Titans Blue made it just a little bit too hot in the kitchen for GRE Nightmare to have cold feet at the wrong time. This is no time to be shy. You have to try and make it happen. Like we said, it is a first to 2, so GRE Nightmare, they're already behind the 8 ball, staring down the barrel of going to the loser's bracket if they do not shape up. It's going to be their map pick, and just a prediction, we're going to Numbani. Like, surely that's what's going to happen. It's what happened last time. It's what happened nearly every time. I think there was like one... Oh, wait, no! Okay, Midtown. Interesting. I was gonna say there was like one matchup, and I think it was this one that we went to Midtown last time. Actually, now that I think about it a little bit harder, I put my noodle to it. GRE Nightmare do like to go to Midtown, so we might not see the Spinor ball that I was potentially alluding to, or we might, and it would be even more insane. But this does bring forth some more interesting narratives.
I mean, this is, like you were saying, like, this was the map pick last time that we went to. I believe, yeah, it was GRE Nightmare who picked this because they lost control the last time they played as well. And this was a 3-0. They got a full capture and a full hold on that first point for GRE Nightmare. So they're feeling confident. You know, they want to run it back. They want to say, hey, we did it once before, we can do it again. But again, this is a different Vancouver Titans Blue. This is not the same roster they played last time. Phone, again, they were on tank. It was a Reinhardt-based composition most of the time. I believe they only brought out the Sigma for Yucheng City. So I think we're going to see Sigma this time around. I think we're going to see that just consistently come out from Spinor, because why not? You know, it worked on the last map. Let's make it work again. So because of that, I'm not expecting this to be a 3-0. I'm not expecting this to be an easy sweep for GRE Nightmare. I'm expecting this to be a much more contested map. Like, I could easily see this going 3-3 and then we get extra rounds. And honestly, I'm kind of hoping for it, because again, all we got was 2 Overwatch last time. Give me more. I want more.
Don't worry, we will get more as we move on to the first of 3s later on in the round, or later on in the day. We got plenty of time. This one, I mean, there is a chance of it being a 2-0 if this is a little bit too much confidence coming up from GRE Nightmare in this pick. Like you said, they won it last time. Why wouldn't they feel confident? Why wouldn't they feel confident when they, you know, full capped and then full held? That seems like a recipe for success 9 times out of 10. But again, like you said, they now have to go up against Spinor, and Spinor's Sigma looked incredible. And I also know that she's got some other hero plays that I've alluded to in her back pocket that she can pull out. I feel like this might be a Sigma Orisa kind of deal for Jiri Nightmare, that they might want to kind of bounce back and forth between those two heroes. We'll have to see what they do actually come out here with, because I'm thinking about that first choke on point A and how it is that the attackers are going to break through it. It's always interesting to me to see what tank you choose here. I, typically lean on Junker Queen because I'm a one-trick and very predictable, and I am a simp for Junker Queen, but, a lot of these tournaments we've seen a lot of the Sigma play. This is the only, deviation that we've seen. Not a whole lot of Numbani, Midtown, and it still felt very Sigma and Orisa favored.
I want to say this is also our first time, personally, you and I, that we've seen a non-Numbani map here for map number 2. So it's great to see some other hybrid maps in the pool. Just, it's fun to have variety. But I am trying to remember, I think from what we saw last week, this was one of the maps they did run Orisa on. I remember New Junk City was especially one of the maps they hard committed to Orisa on. So again, I wouldn't be surprised if Vanguard runs it back. I think they'll probably try to run some of the same strats. Vancouver Titans Blue, how do they adapt here? I think that's the big question. They are going to be, I believe, defending first. So I think the biggest thing right now is Vancouver Titans Blue. They really have to have a solid defense. Last time, they got ran through a little bit. The time bank wasn't the biggest in the world, but they did give up all 3 points. They're going to be running Nostalgia on the Brigitte, which is something that I also believe we saw a little bit from their last series. Didn't find too much success from it, but I think with their fully intended lineup now, this should be working a lot better. You're essentially assuming that they're going to run an Orisa, and this is a great way to stop Orisa from just running straight into you. I don't believe it counters the Javelin Spear or when the Orisa fortifies, but if she's just not golden, if she's not using the Javelin Spear, you can easily go for the Whip Flail. But it's going to be Vanguard actually mirroring for the first time on the Sigma.
I think the Brig pick is actually so you can throw cookies at the Echo in the sky and try and keep that Echo a little bit sustained without fully investing with a Mercy and not having that extra little bit of healing and that extra little bit of CC and utility for the rest of your team. That said, like you said, it's a mirror composition, so both teams seem to have the same idea, but who has the better version of it? Who has the patent on it, the trademark? We'll have to see, as it is Jiri Nightmare on the attack. Mercedes gets stuck up there by Mickman there, and they're starting to charge through with that Bastion, making a little bit of space here, but they're not quite able to find the angles, and Jiri Nightmare are forced back by Vancouver Titans Blue. Poryu and Mercedes both fall, and that's a pretty easy first hold.
It's a really nice collapse. They see that there is a advantage that they have. They see all the abilities from the Echo came out, the Siggy Bombs, Focusing Beam, they're all down. And then when they finally do engage on the side of Vancouver Titans Blue, it splits Jiri Nightmare. They aren't all together. They catch everyone off that's from the side. They get them first, and they try to run down the rest of the team. And they're continuing to put this pressure. The way they're playing the stairs and kind of holding onto this high ground for most of their team is great. They still have their tank up front, who's going to be making sure that they don't actually get all the way under the bridge for Jiri Nightmare. So just really great positioning play early on from Vancouver Titans Blue. And already Mercedes is going to fall.
It's going to be a slow start for Jiri Nightmare, especially if that keeps happening. They're looking for an angle, but every time they try to find it, somebody gets punished. Twice now, it has been Mercedes. Mickman has been phenomenal on the Echo thus far, and again, Jiri Nightmare, they try to go in, and they are swiftly repelled.
They're losing time already, almost half their time bank gone. You got to remember the consequences of losing this. This is a 1-2. Vancouver Titans Blue, they already have 1 point. They are on series point. They win this. They move on the upper bracket. They actually get to take Jiri Nightmare's number 2 seed as well, being the victors. And they're going to use the Gravitic Flux to try to make it happen.
It's the Gravitic Flux with the artillery combo, but a great stun does stop the Flux, and that gives them the agency to be able to take their destiny into their own hands, use the Immortality Field, but the Gravitic Flux in return is not enough to stop Vancouver Titans Blue, dislodge them from this choke point. They have Matrix and all the damage that comes through it, Phone with 2, and heavy investment from both sides with Vancouver Titans Blue. They cash out with it.
They do. They also got the duplicate, which I didn't even see myself be used when Mercedes couldn't find enough value of it. They will have an artillery strike and a rally upcoming, but it's not a lot to work with. They're going to have to take a dry fight here, potentially lose it, and then go back to the drawing board. This is looking very dire for them right now. The biggest thing they could do is they get the duplicate out, maybe even get the rally out on the other side, just get ultimates out so they have an advantage fight going forward, but they are losing members left, right, and center.
That was an assassination from Mickman there, and again, Jono's going to fall as well. You've lost too many things. You can't keep going, Jiri Nightmare. You have to get out. I mean, Mercedes going very deep. They're definitely going to get punished there. A trade, actually, but on the Echo, who's going to get back fast, you definitely want more from that, especially with only a minute left.
Yeah, with your glide ability on Echo, you should be able to get back to the point pretty quickly. So hopefully no harm, no foul for Vancouver Titans, but they still have so much to work with. Even if they don't make them back just in the nick of time, they still have to stall just rally. It's going to be Persona using the artillery strike first, but it's going to be the rally counter immediately.
Artillery strike does come out. Immortality field to save it. Spinor falls though. Finally, GRE Nightmare have a way in, and they're gonna kick the door down and march right on forward. Mictum though comes back and finds two. So, you know, the door maybe stubbed their toe on the way in a little bit there, and they're not able to get all the way in. Still trying to deal with this pesky Echo, but they have to try and get on the point and start taking up the progress. They're not able to dislodge Mictum, and that Echo is still going to be lurking in their back line. They might have just set themselves up for a pincer attack.
And then they're going to go for the contest. They have got the time. They've got Niliari now. They're going to try to go from every single angle, but Spinor just can't live.
Oh, there just wasn't enough support there. The Immortality field was a little bit too late, and potentially an overcommitment there from Vancouver Titans Blue. They saw the opportunity and tried to seize it, but it was too little too late, and not enough support there for Spinor and Mictum. Now in the backline looking for another assassination, but that's just going to be another token stagger, trying to get the gang back together so we can try and muster up our defenses for a second point hold.
Yeah, that trade now for Mercedes onto Mictum was huge. The fact that they don't have the full team there just allows Yuri Nightmare to walk onto the point. They get so many ultimates out for Vancouver Titans Blue. Vancouver Titans Blue still can't win the fight. They've got high ground now, but they'd be running right into an Ant Matrix.
Both teams pop out the Gravitic Flux and catch the enemy Sigmas in it. Perfectly symmetrical violence never solved anything. Phone gonna make it a little bit more asymmetrical, takes down Persona. A duplicate comes out onto the Bastion from Mercedes, but they're forced out. That said, though, the cart's making a lot of progress right now underneath, and Phone, privy to that, gonna go ahead and pop the artillery strike, take Mercedes out, and now Vancouver Titans Blue corral GRE Nightmare into this little pantry and swarm them.
Well, Jono probably gonna get staggered out here. Hopefully there's no trade this time if you're Vancouver Titans Blue, because that was the difficulty you had last time. But that's a huge stagger. That's a lot of time off the clock, and you do kind of lose high ground here. With that cart moving back, maybe you'll be able to get it back after the cart like fully moves back since no one's contesting it. But there's actually plenty of potential for Vancouver Titans Blue to also try to play in one of those side rooms, just contest it like you would potentially on Dorado in one of those like rooms at the very beginning. Vancouver Titans Blue, though, they've got to back up a bit. There's so many ultimates for GRE Nightmare, or there's going to force out Immortality Field right away.
Yeah, and they want to go in with that. They're going to go ahead and pop the duplicate, trying to build up to a Gravitic Flux there, and they're definitely going to need it because they've lost their primary one. Spinor falls, but Mictum just forced out of the duplicate, and the rest of the dominoes on the side of Vancouver Titans Blue fall. Yeah, like you said, Vancouver Titans Blue maybe wanted to back up and play the high ground there, because now they're not going to have the opportunity to. The cart pushes past it, and we're getting into really close territory.
They do have that natural cover from the map right at like the spawn capture point, which is nice as a defender, but they got to run in. They got to use Rally to try to contest this, and they're going to force that Mortality Field with it.
Yep, Immortality Field already forced out, like you said, and GRE Nightmare just gonna back up a little bit, but that gives Mictum just a little bit of space, and that's all they need to take down Mercedes. And again, Mercedes is going to fall early. It is traded out, but without that extra damage, they're forced to invest. A rock comes out, and Vanguard can't get the Gravitic Flux off, and Phone just cleaning up anything that's left breathing, ceasing their breath right away, and GRE Nightmare are not going to be able to cap here. The cart is going to stop just shy of point B. A great defense from Vancouver Titans Blue.
Spinor, what potentially could have been the map-winning play there, the accretion onto their opponents, their mirror on the Sigma on the other side. Vanguard could never get their Gravitic Flux off. It looks like Vancouver Titans Blue is winning that fight regardless, but that ultimate could have been everything they needed to turn it around. Instead, they get stopped way shy of that third and final checkpoint. They're not going to get the full cap like they did last time. This is Vancouver Titans Blue changing things up. They are changing their destiny. They are changing expectations from the last time that they played in the Swiss stage. And now everything is in their hands. They need to get that hot start. They were able to get a pretty nice defensive hold onto GRE Nightmare. You saw what that little time bank that they had left did. You can see them going for some more panic plays. They use ultimates quite willy-nilly, I think more so than they'd want to. But they really needed to win fights to keep the cart moving over and over again. But if Vancouver Titans Blue can get a better time bank going forward after that first point, they can play a little bit more calm, cool, and collected, and that could be their win condition to bring home victory.
I think this answers one of the big questions that we had about Vancouver Titans Blue at the top of the show so far. Is this a full-strength Vancouver Titans Blue, or has there been some semblance of lost time with them having to scrim with off-rolls and subs? It feels like, yes, indeed, this is full-strength Vancouver Titans Blue. The cohesion is there. They are coalescing. They feel like they are on the same page. Sure, some of the decisions that they're making are a little bit questionable, like holding a little bit too far forward there, but they're all on the same page. If they're wrong together, and Mickman is going absolutely crazy. They're getting all the assassinations that they need, finding all the value on the Echo, and it's paying dividends, and now they've set themselves up for success. They just have to break through this unforgiving choke that GRE Nightmare struggled with, and surely Vancouver Titans Blue are going to have a plan for that. So what is that plan? It seems like it's going to be Phone putting the wheels down and melting down Vanguard. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Or rather, if it ain't broke, break it. And the thing being broken right now is GRE Nightmare's backs as that grenade comes out. Phone with a pick off there onto Persona. She's so much better on the Bastion than she is on the tank, and it is showing up. That is the easiest first point cap I've ever seen on Midtown.
They break the backs of GRE Nightmare. They are getting some great time here, and there might be a contest, though I don't think GRE Nightmare wants to force the issue. I want to say there was a great flank from Nostalgia as well as Mick. You couldn't really see it from the POV of our observers, but they went all the way around. They tried to play that off angle. Nostalgia also was on the Iliari, so doing a lot of poke damage. They've actually swapped now back to the Brigida, but just a lot of chip shots they were getting in, a lot more damage, and that's when Phone can go for the follow-up. They've also swapped Mick back onto the Echo, so a very nice first point specific composition to get that early capture, and now they swap back to the mirror to try to get things done. Well, not an exact mirror, there's still a Sojourn versus Baptiste, but you know how it goes.
Yeah, I love this, though. It feels very much so that Vancouver Titans Blue are in the driver's seat, and they want to put the pedal to the metal. They're going to pop the Ant Matrix. Immortality Field already forced out. Spinor getting a little low there. They got to give a little bit of love to their tank, try and keep her alive. And as they do, they look away from Phone for just a split second, and GRE Nightmare make them disappear. And everybody now charging forward from GRE Nightmare with that duplicate from Mercedes. They're going to pop the artillery strike just for a hopeful little stagger there. They find it onto Claire, and well, that's a first successful defense for GRE Nightmare, but 4.5 minutes to try and keep that up.
That's a big fight win because of that high ground. We talked about it before, how Vancouver Titans Blue had to give it up because they played too far forward. GRE Nightmare, they're giving the space because they know exactly where the golden box of victory is for their adversaries. They can give them a little bit of room to work with as long as they continue to win these fights. They started a nice ult rotation where they only had to use one to get the job done. They're going to have Vanguard's Gravitic Flux. They already have 2 other ultimates online, Rally not too far behind. So they're actually in a great spot overall, but they just have to make sure that Vanguard doesn't fall too low because they are getting focused on early, but make them on this flank.
Another assassination. This flanking Echo is paying huge dividends for Mick. They might actually get a second one, but no. Phone with 2 plus the Immortality Field, and going all full gear is Vancouver Titans Blue as they pop the Gravitic Flux. Phone finds a third, and the defense once again for GRE Nightmare has just been crumbled by Vancouver Titans Blue, and they can push up and take all of this space.
Mick absolute monster on these flanks. First with the Sojourn, now the Echo duplicate locked and loaded, and GRI Nightmare, they are looking at the lower bracket. That is staring them in the face right now. They've got to make something happen right here, right now, or they're going down.
There's a whole lot of Sigmas out on the field right now as the duplicate comes out from Mick onto the other Sigma, not able to build up the Gravitic Flux. A lot of damage mitigation coming out from the rally and from all of the positioning being forced out, but Mercedes strays a little bit far from the path there, got a little bit lost, and gets picked off by Mick, and despite Mick falling, all the damage from Phone is just too much. Nobody can touch, everybody forced back, and Vancouver Titans Blue convincingly put GRE Nightmare to bed.
What a series from them. What a comeback. And again, we talked about it a lot last time in the Swiss stage. Wasn't their main roster, but we still had a lot of questions. This is a team that, again, has never been able to finish outside of top 6. That is their highest placing, 5th through 6th. Never into the top 4, never on that podium. But they are looking like a team that is hungry. They're looking like a team that could just do it, potentially, if they continue to play like this. GRE Nightmare, they're finally tested. This is their real first test, I would say, outside of that one match against Strainers in the second stage, or during the Swiss stage in the 3rd round, and they just could not come up with the win. They were not able to find what they needed here, and it's back to the drawing board for them. The good news, there are more chances later on. They still have plenty of life here in that lower bracket. It's not done and dusted by any means. Vancouver Titans, by winning this, by getting the upset, get that second seed, which means unless they play against Washington Timeless, they will have that big advantage of picking the first map going forward. That is huge for them.
And we look at Vancouver Titans Blue, like we look at their history in the Swiss rounds. They beat all of the teams that didn't make it into playoffs, and all of their losses were to other playoff teams. And they were one of those teams that, again, just barely squeaked their way into playoffs. And that was them at roughly half strength. They are definitely a couple of steps above where they were before, and they feel like it. This is a whole different team, a much stronger, a much more cohesive team that understands their win conditions and are capable of executing them. And speaking of executioners, we gotta talk about Mictem with all of those assassinations. And once one of those comes in, everybody turns their head to deal with the echo. Suddenly nobody's looking at phone, and the artillery strikes go absolutely massive.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's not a wrecking ball. We didn't get the funny. We didn't get to see some of the cheese strats come out. But, I mean, Mictem was essentially doing the job of wrecking ball, just being annoying, being elusive, making everyone turn around, and then getting the pick, which is the most important thing. Wrecking ball can't always do that. Wrecking ball sometimes just runs in and feeds. But when you have got an echo, when you've got a sojourning like this, you can just immediately get those one-taps, get those connections either with a charged railgun shot or with the sticky bomb focusing beam combination that just melts squishier characters. That is all you could need and more. They get that pick at the beginning of almost every fight that leads to a 4v5 in the favor of Vancouver Titans Blue, and they just continue to roll and roll and roll from there. And you can see some of these stats, Mercedes in their own right, also putting up some good numbers, but I think the eliminations per 10 is really where you see the difference, as well as the deaths per 10. Yeah. Not dying nearly as much for Mictem and just not getting way more impact overall.
The deaths per 10, I think, is the most telling for me personally, because like almost every time that you saw Mictem going in for a big assassination, it was on Mercedes. Mercedes oftentimes was the first to fall, especially on Midtown, and you know, even going back to Antarctic Peninsula, again was typically the first to fall, and it was usually at the hands of Mictem getting the better of that duel. Sure, there were a couple times where they went into the backline and assassinated a Brigitte instead, because you know that's just, you know, who had the target on their back that day for Mictem. It doesn't really matter who it was at the end of the day, because Mictem was on fire, taking out whoever it called for, whoever was the target of the day, whether it be Mercedes, whether it be a backline, or whether it even be Persona on the Sojourn on that very unfortunate flank, running into the very fortunate flanker that was Mictem. What a player, what a team that we are seeing now, what a new version of Vancouver Titans Blue, a version of Vancouver Titans Blue that has potential to make a deep playoff bracket if they keep this up. GRE Nightmare, like you said, their bracket isn't quite done. They're gonna head on down to the lower bracket, and they can still make a deep run. They got blindsided today, but maybe they'll learn from their mistakes and maybe they'll come back stronger. Who knows? There is only one way to find out, and that is to stick around and follow the action throughout the rest of the day.
And speaking of Mictem, we've got an interview with them in just a few moments, everyone, so don't go too far away. We're going to take a quick break before the interview, but on the other end of this break, we'll be talking to Mictem.
and I know pain. Onwards mutants raiders, many I've slain. Dunkirk town is my domain, and when I'm done, none of this will remain. There will be a reckoning!
Welcome back, everybody. If you're just joining us, if you blinked, you may have just missed our first round matchup between Vancouver Titans Blue and GRE Nightmare. It went by pretty swiftly, much more swiftly than last time, and we've got Mickman here with an interview to talk to us about it. Mickman, how are you doing?
Doing great, doing great. Very happy to be here.
I'm glad to hear it. So I've got two questions for you, essentially. First of all, how does it feel to be back in a Calling All Heroes game, back on broadcast and on playoffs? And secondly, how does it feel to get one over on the team that beat you guys last week on broadcast?
Feels really good. Obviously last week we were a little scuffed. I'm not saying the phone take is bad, but wasn't our plan to run it down. But worked out. We got through, and I'm really happy to be able to prove ourselves in this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely proved yourselves. A huge win, like maybe an upset on paper, but absolutely it looks like a dominant performance. I want to kind of talk a little bit more about, your lineup this week versus last weekend. You guys had to play with some subs, try to move some roles around. How does it feel to now play like in your primary roles, your starting lineup? Like how does communication go? Like how does everything just flow easier now that everything is kind of set the way it should be?
A lot more comfortable to play. Like last week it was like very stressful trying to figure out, because Phone's hero pool it's good, but we had to play Reinhardt for like 90%.
Pause there.
I think Phone's Reinhardt, fantastic. That's literally the reason why we made it through last week. But I think this week we were able to be a lot more flexible with our comps. I think we were able to play essentially our game a lot better, because we were able to play Sigma for once. And then so it feels good to be able to play it. Feels good to not feel as scuffed as it was, like last week.
Well, speaking of team comps and speaking of being scuffed, I have some leaks, all right? I've been in the DMs with Claire, and she sent me a couple of screenshots of compositions that you've played on Numbani. Now, you don't have to leak anything, but is that something that we can expect to see if we see you guys again later on this weekend? Those comps that I've seen there.
For sure. You're gonna see some cheese from us, for sure.
Okay, all right. That's like the main thing I wanted to know, because I was a little disappointed that we didn't get to see Numbani because GRE picked Midtown, so it was back to just Sigma jail. I wanted to see some of that cheese.
Yeah. If anyone wants to pick Midtown against us, we'll gladly show them it. That's all I'll say.
Well, I got a question about Midtown, because you guys, I think one, had a much better performance than last week, but two, there was something that was really impressive that I saw when on your attack. I want to talk about that first point kind of split that your team did. You sent 3 members to kind of that main area underneath the subway, but you, as well as your Iliari, went all the way around, tried to play those off angles, go for some of those sneaky picks. We saw a lot of flanking that was very successful from you specifically. How did that kind of play kind of develop, and how does it work so well that helped you get that first point capture?
Well, going back into last week, like when we lost Midtown, I'm pretty sure we struggled a lot on the first point attack, and I think it's just because we remembered that they did run the brig and they were just running into us, and we had 0 angles. But we realized after watching the footage and all that angle, that left side alleyway leading into point, was wide open. So we just knew that we could easily send at least 2 an Illy and another DPS to take that angle, and then they'd be spread too thin, and then we could just go in, collapse on them, and get all the picks on them.
They did their homework, chat, and it definitely shows as they showed up and they aced the test today. Hey, thank you for coming on, Mickman. Do you have anything else that you want to say? Any shout-outs you want to give before we bid you farewell for the day?
Yeah, thanks to everyone who's been supporting me. Feels great to finally be able to play on stream again, and thanks to everyone at Vancouver Titans too. They've been really supportive and helping us out throughout the entire tournament, and it feels great to win. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. It was great to hear it, and hey, shout out again, like, to Vancouver Titans Blue, a team that we are definitely going to have to keep our eyes on going forward, because they looked a little shaky with that phone on the Reinhardt composition last weekend, but this weekend they look, like we've said time and time again, like an entirely different team, a new Vancouver Titans Blue stomping through playoffs. We'll see how far their playoff run takes them, and we'll see if we see GRE Nightmare again anytime soon, but definitely don't sleep on Vancouver Titans.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if they continue to play like that, they're looking like one of the favorites to me. And finally, we might see them ascend to that podium, maybe even to that grand finals that I have personally wanted to see them accomplish since the beginning of Calling All Heroes. So this is their moment to shine. This could be their best potential chance. I mean, there's always Major 3 on the horizon, but right here, right now, they are playing so well.
Well, there is definitely going to be more Overwatch to come. Hey, we still got some rounds wrapping up, so we're going to have to see where things shake out for now, but we're going to throw it to a quick break, and we will be back with some more action right after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to Calling All Heroes Rise Together Minor 3. My name is CB. I'm joined by Jag. And ladies and gentlemen, gays and theys, you may want to strap in for this next one because it is going to be a banger of a match, a potential grand finals preview. But before we get into that, let's talk a little bit about the bracket, shall we?
Yeah, we got to see exactly what happened in round one, catch everyone up to speed, because we got to see Vancouver Titans Blue with a great upset, but looking at the seeding, there were a lot of upsets here. Drainers able to dethrone Bear Claw, take their seed. Valiant Guardians able to knock off Aegis, also going to take their seeding. Washington Timeless, the only top seeded team in their own matchup that were able to win. But it was all 2-0, so I don't know if it's just you and me that we're cursed and we're always getting 2-0 Overwatch or what's going on here, but it was just sweeps across the board.
The good news, though, for you, though, is that from now on, having a 2-0 is impossible. Because we're going to first to 3, so now we get the Jag 3-0 curse. You get to see Flashpoint at least, but will we get to go beyond that? There is only one way to find out.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, these are two teams that do know each other a little bit. Another rematch from the Swiss stage. It's going to be Washington Timeless, the reigning, the defending champions of Calling All Heroes against Drainers, another top team who again just came off a little bit of upset. They were the number 5 seed. Knock off the number 4 seed, so they do get to take that over. It's not the biggest upset in the world, but it's still something that you're going to feel good about, especially going up against a team as good as Washington Timeless is.
Yeah, okay, can we make a change to this graphic here real quick? It's a late request, but can we change that to say Washington Flawless? Because look at that 2-0 down the board. They haven't dropped a map to anybody in the Swiss stages at all, even going up against Fable, that underdog story I was talking about, sent them down to the lower brackets swiftly, right out the gates. That's a thing of beauty. It's a little bit more checkered over on the Drainer side with their 2 losses coming to Aegis and Timeless respectively. Oh, thank you, actually. Thank you so much for that, Solomon. That's so much better. That was just a bit, but I mean, it works out, right? Like, it checks out. Like, look at that. Like, that's a thing of beauty. That's a frame that right there. That's a painting.
Absolutely. I feel like if you're Drainers, honestly, like, the good news, again, this is upper bracket. This is the winter semifinals. So you lose this and you're still alive. I think that's kind of the expected result. But I'd love to see them take a map off of Washington Timeless. I want to make them not Washington Flawless anymore. You got to knock them down to earth just a little bit, and that would give you some really great momentum if you end up losing that series. So I think Drainers, like, that's like the first step. Hey, let's just try to take one map. Because as you see, they did play in Swiss round 6. And that was a 0-2 loss for Drainers. They were not able to get anything going in that particular series. So here, you win one, and that's just the beginning of your journey. Hey, maybe you can just continue getting some maps, and all of a sudden it's a 3-0, 3-2. Who knows where you can go from there? But it's kind of just about taking it one step at a time.
Sooner or later, somebody has to take a map off of Washington Timeless.
Surely.
If nobody does, they're just going to walk away with the trophy. And we can't have that. We have to have a little bit of competition. It can't be 3 Overwatch and 2 Overwatch forever. We got to let Jag see at least a map 4 at some point in time. Surely it'll happen. In a Washington Timeless game, if they have anything to say about it, I don't know if it's going to be. I think Drainers are scrappy and they have the potential to make it happen, but Washington Timeless are likely to say nay. So let's have a look at these rosters and we'll see what they're coming out here with. And you can start to look at this roster and you can see just why they have been so flawless pretty much since the beginning. You know, Snozzler, that's not your hero, buddy. I know them better than that. We're not seeing double mercy here. Sniper, same with you. Shout out to Bun, the one lonely DPS hero right now here on that Soldier 76. But anyway, like I was saying before, I was rudely distracted by the presence of so many gorgeous women, 2 of them. Is, having Halo in this backline has been a phenomenal boost to this already strong, storied, dominant team.
Absolutely. I mean, Halo coming over from the Valiant Guardians, previously in the Overwatch League, she has looked phenomenally, has played all over, not only the Overwatch League contenders, collegiate, probably one of the most prolific players we have in the entirety of this tournament, and I feel like she has just been an absolute dominant presence. We saw it in the game against Valiant Guardians last week where she was able to show up her old team, kind of show them who's boss, and I don't expect that to be any different here today. This backline has looked like one of the best in the entirety of Calling All Heroes, and in general, this team, again, like, they're flawless for a reason. Like, they are just stacked across the board.
Yeah. Wherever it is that Halo goes, potential and success are sure to follow, but following this team is going to be Drainers. Let's see what they've got, and they do have KJ still in the roster. They don't have Senna back, so they're still rocking with the same roster that they came up with last weekend, which is interesting to me, but there's still a lot of success and accolades on this team. You know, Kindred and Scarlet formerly known as Wicca, they do hold a Calling All Heroes minor trophy to their name under the NYXL Academy. They, you know, Scarlet actually does have the original Calling All Heroes tournament trophy in her back pocket as well. So there's accolades on this team as well, a ton of talent. I continually tout Kindred as potentially one of, if not the best Junker Queen in all of Calling All Heroes, and her Sigma has looked just as sick.
I was talking to Kindred yesterday, and I was saying, you know, hey, I want to see the Junker Queen tomorrow, and her response was Rhine. Just Rhine. So it could be the Reinhardt. It could be a bit of a bait. We'll see what happens here. But I want to talk really quickly. Scarlet and Kindred used to be teammates with Bun. So there is a bit of that history from New York Excelsior Academy as well. It makes it a little bit spicier. You always want to show up your old teammates, whether they are friend or foe, just hey, you know, you missed me, right? You missed playing with me. This is why, because we just beat you. So there's also a little bit of that fun storyline going on. But we got to take a look at the map pool before we get into the swing of things here, because it's going to be the same as what you've seen so far, but because it is a first to three, there's finally going to be some more maps. We might finally see Escort. We have seen Flashback. Well, we haven't seen Flashback. We've seen some push on, like, when we weren't casting again, like, it's literally just when we've literally only seen Control and Hybrid thus far. We've mostly seen Numbani and Antarctic Peninsula, but there are a lot of options here on the table as we get into these first to three series and as these series go on longer.
Yeah, you and I didn't get to see Flashpoint. Billy and Lana got to see a whole lot of Flashpoint last weekend, but it's okay because we get to now. From here on out, it's going to be Flashpoint, and like you said, maybe Push, maybe Escort. Some interesting things to point out for Push. You know, you don't have Esperanza in the map pool. You only have Coliseo and New Queen Street, which might be a little bit uncomfortable for some of the teams because a lot of them do like to favor Esperanza whenever they're given the opportunity to. Numbani, Midtown, Eichenwald, we've seen a lot of teams gravitating towards Numbani, in that with the exception of GRE Nightmares, who seem to like Midtown, but after last match they might be going back to the drawing board on that one. But we're once again starting where we started in the previous match. We're going to Antarctic Peninsula for our control map.
Yeah, and I'm expecting, again, a lot of Sigma coming out to play here. Maybe some Ryan. Again, we could see it from Drainers.
Ryan.
Well, yeah, I'm expecting not Sigma from Drainers, at least to start things off, knowing Kindred and how proficient she is on more of those quick-paced, brawly tank heroes. But I am expecting to see it from Washington Timeless. They have looked really, really good when they've played the Sigma. We have seen a little bit of variation. I mean, I remember back on Lijiang Tower in their last series that we got to cast with them, they did play a bit more of a hybrid comp. We saw Halo bring out the Brigida, which was a huge difference maker against the Valiant Guardian. So we know that both of these teams kind of have their preference, but we also know, at least for Washington Timeless, they can also bring out a few different things here and there.
Yeah, and that flexibility is going to be very, very scary, but Drainers are far from a one-note team themselves. We talked again about Kindred and how much she loves the Reinhardt and how much she excels at the Junker Queen and how great her Sigma has also looked, but going up against Sniper, whose Sigma is potentially one of the best, it's really hard to say because I keep talking about how all of the tanks in this playoffs crop of Calling All Heroes they're just insane. They're all sick players. Like, every single team has an absolute nutcase for a tank, and it's incredible seeing the head-to-head, so this is going to be no different. Keep your eyes on the 1v1 between Sniper and Kindred, because that is sure to dictate the pace of the whole map, which is not to take anything away from the rest of the team, because there is still a ton of versatility in the back lines and in the front lines. There's a lot of different looks that may be coming out here. You know, we see a lot of Bastion, we see a lot of Echo, we see a lot of Sojourn. I know that, like, from watching Drainers, that they do like to come out with a lot of Genji. They do like to come out with a lot of Sojourn. They do like to play some of these, you know, more pick-heavy heroes rather than the sustained damage melts you down like a stick of butter heroes like Bastion. But they can play it if they find themselves in need of it.
We got to talk again about Drainers and how, you know, obviously Washington Timeless defending champions have had a good run of success lately, but Drainers are not no slouches. They've also won some championships in their own right. The Kanochi kerfuffle recently for both NA and EU. So, you know, they've won. They know how to win, but can they do it against the giant that has become Washington Timeless? I don't want to see this as like a David versus Goliath matchup, because I think Drainers gets a little bit more credit than just being a David, but like, this is definitely an uphill battle.
I don't want to interrupt you, but like, Washington Timeless was in that tournament as well. They were in the NA bracket. You know, they had a few like a few players and parts from other parts of the scene coming in, and it wasn't the true form of Washington Timeless, but it was managed by the same manager. The core was still there. They still had a lot of the same pieces, and Drainers did best them. But again, since then, we have seen some swaps. We've seen some of those parts move around a little bit more. We saw the acquisition of Haley coming into the fold and paying dividends for this roster. Drainers have proven that they can take they can take a pound of flesh off of Washington Timeless, but can they take a pound off of this Washington Timeless?
Full strength Washington Timeless.
4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1.
A map thus far. And going into Icebreaker, it is going to be the Rhine. So Kindred staying true to what they promised me. Going to be going with the Rhine first. No Symmetra, so no way to really teleport across the map, which will be very interesting. But they're going to just run straight in.
Yeah, Kindred, she was not cryptic when she just said Rhine. And I mean, maybe Orion should have paid a little bit closer attention to that message. And message now received loud and clear. Kindred with the hammer swings, taking down Chloe, taking down the entirety of Washington Timeless, and Drainless are staking their claim, planting their flag firmly on that first capture point. And a nice little wall there and a follow-up from KJ to stagger out Sniper, slow things down. First cap to Drainers.
That stagger is huge because they actually hadn't captured the first point until around when that elimination came through. That's going to be a good 20% on the point at the very least before this next fight gets kicked off. So plenty of time, plenty of ult charge too. Already Zepturn so close to the amplification matrix. They should be able to get it in just a few moments, and they're able to pop it before anyone falls. That should be another fight win for them because there's nothing on.
Low has to pop the immortality field, and Kindred actually gets caught out, stuck between a wall and, well, another wall, and they're just gonna go ahead and run over. KJ is Washington Timeless, and off the back of those walls from Chloe, like we saw last week, the walls from Chloe have been phenomenal, and Washington Timeless take the point off of the back of just that one ability.
And Chloe, known as Bun as well, one of the best players on DPS, very good at Mei, and you saw there that they just punished what Drainers tried to do. They play too far forward in a choke point. That is the perfect way for Drainers to end up falling there. They get walled off, they lose Kindred early on, and now you can see that because of that, Drainers are trying to play a bit differently. They're trying to rotate all the way around the point instead of getting caught in these choke points. They're caught off a little bit. They actually lose Zepturn.
Yeah, Wicca actually got caught out there as well. Wasn't there to give the healing, wasn't there to help out the rest of the team, and now she's gonna want to take a reset because there is no team. It's just you, my girl. You gotta get on out of there. They're going in for the stagger, actually. They really, really want to take her down, and it looks like they're going to succeed. Nope, she gets away with a sliver of HP, and the rest of the team is back. I'm wondering now if that might have been an overcommitment from Washington Timeless. KJ gonna go ahead and pop the artillery strike to try and punish the disengage, and the rest of Washington Timeless are going to crumble. The shatter comes out from Kindred. Vess is there with all the headshots, with the icicles, and Drainers, off of the miracle hold there onto her last little bit of HP from Wicca, are able to flip the point.
What a play from Wicca, staying alive, building up a sound barrier throughout all of that, gets their team to re-engage quickly, and it looks like Bun was just caught out there a little bit. They saw the artillery strike coming in, but she wasn't able to deal with the icicles coming in from the other side, from Yves. So just amazing plays to stay alive, amazing recontest from Drainers, and now they are looking very, very nice, but they have to look out for this rotation and this artillery strike coming out from Snozzler.
Yeah, and the Gravitic Flux to combo it with, it's going to force out that sound barrier like you mentioned from Wicca, but that's so much damage onto Kindred that the overhealth just melts away, and Washington Timeless, they can continue to invest. Blizzard for Blizzard. Drainers, they invest theirs as well, but it's a lot colder for them than it is for Washington Timeless. They brought their coats, and they flipped the point back over. 75% for Drainers, 56 and counting for Washington Timeless.
And I'm not sure if Kindred didn't get that sound barrier or if they just got blown up so quickly that the overshield never really appeared, but they were so weak, no way to save them. And Washington Timeless still has their support ultimates to go. Sound barrier already ready, and then Z-Man very close to that amplification matrix. They have so much to work with here.
Yeah, Kindred again walled off, but there is a hole in the wall that she's able to slip through, but KJ is going to fall, and this is pretty disastrous. It's too little too late for you to be having these staggers. 85% and counting. This is very much so one fight territory. You gotta imagine, if Drainers want to flip this point, Wicca's gonna have to go for a last second hold, and you can see the fast hero swap coming out from KJ, swapping over to that Tracer. Is there going to be a touch at all from Drainers? 96%, and the team is approaching. KJ gets sniped out on her way in, and they just can't touch.
That's so unfortunate too, because there was a trade. They actually lost the amount on the side of Washington Timeless. Z not alive. That primary healing wouldn't have been there. The sound barrier was forced out at the very end for that potential recontest. But yeah, you rely on KJ, the Tracer, to touch within the last 5 seconds. That triggers overtime because they get sniped before they ever get to the point. That overtime never comes into fruition. Drainers had an opening, had a window, but they could not close it out. Some amazing plays from Wicca, but even more amazing plays from Washington Timeless. The fact that they won that, what was this, eventually the last full team fight without using any of their support ultimates, put them in a great driver's seat nonetheless to win that one out. And that, I honestly think Washington Timeless would have won regardless because of the sound barrier. They would have had that overhealing to go really aggressively, but Drainers never gave themselves a chance to even find out if they could beat it.
And you got to give credit to Bun for that one, peeling off on the rest of the team and checking the angles and being like, you guys handle the front line. I'm going to deal with this Tracer that I know is coming in to try and get the touch. But no Tracers on the field now. It's Bastion May all day, baby. Kindred gets walled off, but just going to chunk right on through it and continue the push. Though Z-Man takes down Wicca, and suddenly this Reinhardt is looking a little lost here. There's enough healing coming out from Zepturn, but with the focus fire, it's not going to amount to all that much, and everybody on Drainers falls. A decisive fight win for Washington Timeless.
If you can get the Baptiste, you have essentially won the fight. That is the primary healing source. Yes, Lucio does heal over time, does do AoE, but Baptiste does a lot of AoE healing. Get a lot more of it in a quick time span. So without that main healer on the field, there's not much really that Drainers can do. If they try to fight that one without it, they try to get Bun, they try to get Chloe, but cannot really find anything for her. And right now they are struggling. They've already used their own wall just to try to create some space.
Yeah, I mean, you could see Drainers were kind of speed boosting around to the outside, but then they quickly changed direction, and now there is no more speed boost. Wicca is just trying to keep everybody alive. A great pin right through the window. Z-Man, you shouldn't have peeked through that one. Kindred just goes right on through, but elsewhere, Snozzler takes down 2, and Sniper is there to help out with all the damage. Snozzler looking phenomenal on the Bastion, and they're gonna stagger Wicca out. This is a little bit of payback for the last map there, but so much more time bought for Washington Timeless.
Yeah, and we saw quickly in the last map the stats of Snozzler, who's been absolutely insane so far on this Bastion. It's a great play from Kindred to get the Baptiste on the other side, take out Z-Man, but there's an Ant Matrix that was already put out. And when there is a Bastion with no shield blocking them, they're absolutely going to fry, and that's exactly what happened. And now they're going to go, or at least they're going to try to make a counterplay. Washington Timeless going to use their Critic Flux.
Okay, great use of the Exo boost there from Zepturn to dodge that accretion there. All that damage came out, but there's still so much follow-up. Haley goes in with the boop onto Zepturn. Z-Man finds 2 on the tail end of that fight, and off the back of that Gravitic Flux with no sound barrier to counter it, and the sound barrier from Wicca actually invested late. Everyone from Drainers falls yet again, and they can't buy themselves a way in.
And this is now last chance. It might be 100-0. The Drainers has to do something. They're going to use the artillery strike early on, maybe try to get that immortality field out. They don't find much, and already you can see Kindred taking so much damage. They could go for a shatter, but the wall is...
Oh, the sky gets shattered, but that's not enough to make anybody from Washington Timeless fall on their backs, and they're still alive, still kicking. Kindred has to try and make up for lost time there. The beat comes out from Haley, but it's too slow to save Snozzler, but Yves falls elsewhere, and Sniper is pumping in all the damage with those spheres, and it's just academic at this point. Drainers, they put up a good fight on Icebreaker, but on Labs, they just get completely outclassed by Washington Timeless, and that is a nice, swift 2-0 for them on Control.
99-99, that's what we had on Icebreaker, and here on Labs, 100-0 Drainers never really were able to get their footing. It seems like they were caught off guard one too many times, and Icebreaker also, they just had some better rotations, I would say. There were some better opportunities for them just to run in with the Ryan, use Hammerman to his best ability, and just swing for the fences here. It seems like they could never close the gap. Too much damage coming in from the side of Washington Timeless, not enough space created, and Drainers will end up falling here on Antarctic Peninsula. 1-0 lead for Washington Timeless. Good news though, it is a first of 3, as we talked about a few times. Not going to be a first of 2 like we've had previously on the stream. So at least 2 more maps for Drainers to get back into this. But it's got to be more of what we saw on Icebreaker and not what we saw on Labs if they want to make this a close contest.
If I'm Kindred right now, I'm putting out the feelers, all right? I want Bun's address. I want her whereabouts, a list of her fears. Every time that Kindred died, it was because of Chloe, because of Bun, because of the walls more often than not. And that shatter that, she just gets lifted up into the heavens and never actually gets to put hammer to pavement, doesn't actually find any value with that earth shatter. That's like the straw that breaks the camel's back there. I would be so furious about that. You can see here right here, she's taking her aggression out on Z-Man a little bit, but it's just too little too late. There's not enough that Drainers can do. There is no real way. There's just nothing there. There's just nothing there, babe. You can't hit him from all the way up there with that shatter. It's so unfortunate and frustrating as a tank player to constantly be under those circumstances, but Kindred is adaptable. Surely she has a plan B.
We're going to look at the Bastion strats. I mentioned them previously, but this is just, I mean, look at the eliminations again, the deaths again. You can see the damage is very, very similar. It's not too far away, only about 700, but the impact that Snozzler is having is very good. And I think that's part of, one, you're running a Sigma, which, like, yes, the Reinhardt shield is, like, it can take more damage, but you can move the Sigma shield. You can create more space. The angles that you can play sometimes can be a bit more unique, but also the follow-up is really big. And also just the heals that are coming in to keep Snozzler alive, to make sure that they are able to sustain throughout these engagements. You can just see that those two big sets, again, are really what show how Washington Timeless are able to win out and win 2-0 on Antarctic Peninsula.
I think a lot of people are leaning onto the Sigma because they can try and play a tank that does enable the Bastion in such a way, but can also play into the Bastion a lot better than the Reinhardt does. You think about, you know, when the Bastion goes wheels down turret form, starts pumping out all that damage onto the shield, and the shield breaks, suddenly the big Hammerman is there and he's got to face tank all that damage. Uh-oh, oopsie. If you're Sigma, though, and your shield breaks, you still have the grasp, and you still, you know, you're not attached to the shield. You've got distance. You can back up around a corner, get healed up, and go back in, live to fight another day. Once those wheels come up and he's out of turret form, you're golden. You can keep going. That's why I think that Sigma is a little bit better right now than the Reinhardt in this composition. You can still get value out of the Reinhardt, but you have to make sure that you're coalescing as a team. You're playing fast, you're playing aggressive, and you're not letting the Bastion get the value. And with Bun and her walls constantly slowing the pace, making it so difficult for Kindred to do that, Snozzler has all the room in the world to constantly just melt down anything that stands in their way.
Yeah, Bun, I mean, an absolute thorn in the side of her former teammate Kindred. I mean, if I'm Bun, I'm typing a DM, I'm just saying, mad? That's it. Just like, you mad? Because I just canceled your shadow.
Yes, I'm mad. I'm furious, actually. I would be if I'm Kindred. Come on.
But I mean, I think the thing that you mentioned is, like, it's not just the wall, like, cutting off the shadow. It's not just in the eliminations. It's causing this Reinhardt to not find the space that they need to really succeed. And I mentioned it a little bit before at the end of the map. Like, if you're Ryan, you just want to go in. And that's why the Symmetra that we've seen in Overwatch League is so good at making or letting you do that, because you can just, you know, you avoid the melee there potentially. You can teleport to the high ground. You can teleport behind them. You can go for something sneaky like a sneak charge or a sneak shatter. But when you don't have that Symmetra that enables you, all you have is that Lucio speed boost to hopefully get around things. If you're running into the wall, you can't really get around it. If you're caught off guard by the wall, if you're cut off by the wall from the rest of your team, you're kind of just a sitting duck. So there are just so many ways that this composition that Washington Timeless has that makes the Rhine kind of obsolete. Like, either you're all in as a Reinhardt or you're not really doing your job, unfortunately. So I'm wondering if Drainers are going to swap things up. Maybe they go for that Junker Queen that we've seen Kindred play so proficiently, because that shout can help you sustain a little bit better if you're cut off by a wall. Maybe they just go for this the Sigma Mirror matchup. I think personally that is the best thing you can do right now, depending on the map. But it's in Drainer's corner. They get the map pick at least, so they get to decide where we're going for hybrid.
And they have decided. Do you wanna take a guess, Jag? You wanna guess where we're going?
Is it Numbani?
It's actually Midtown. I threw you the ultimate curveball there. They're taking us to Midtown, so we probably will see that Sigma 1v1, same as we did in the last matchup there. Although, I'm worried because I know it's also possible to play the Reinhardt on that first checkpoint, and we've already discussed all of the reasons why we don't necessarily think that it's the best pick. If anyone can prove us wrong, it is Kindred, but I want to see that Sigma 1v1. I want to see if her Sigma is made of sterner stuff, and not see her continue trying to beat her head against a wall with the Hammerman.
Again, I think it comes down to Symmetra. Like, Symmetra, especially on the first point in Midtown, can make a very quick and easy first capture. You just teleport all the way around the side. I think everyone knows the strategy at this point, but it's really hard to counter. We've seen, like, teams in Overwatch League try to set up an Ana, specifically throwing in the nade as soon as the teleport comes through. We've seen teams try to meet them kind of in that room next to the point, but it's just so hard to stop them if they move quick enough. So I think that is, like, the ultimate first point strategy, but it gets a bit more tricky on that second point and third point. You've seen it be less successful as the map goes on. So I personally would not like to see the Rhine here, just because I mean, first point maybe, but like I'd like to see them swap off. I'd like to see them do something similar to what we saw from Vancouver Titans Blue. They had a strategy for that first point, they got that quick cap, and then they swapped to something that was better for the rest of the map. And I think that's some really good game planning and strategy that we saw from Vancouver Titans Blue. I want to see the same thing from Drainers here to try to be able to answer back in the series. Because again, that first point icebreaker, super close, but Labs was not at all. That was very much a one-sided affair. And you don't want to let Washington Timeless get their momentum rolling. Because if they continue to play like that, play as dominantly like that, this could be a 3-0.
Washington flawless. They still are 2-0s throughout the entirety of Swiss stage and in first round, and even a nice 2-0 on control to boot. But Draenors still have a couple opportunities to put a blemish on that record, and Midtown is their battlefield of choice. And because, like we've talked about, you know, the Sigma versus the Rhine, we've talked about the Symmetra, we've talked about the Bastion and all the impacts that all of these heroes have. What I'm hoping for is that there is a reason Draenors chose this map, that they have something that they feel very comfortable with, that they have a game plan like we saw from Vancouver Titans Blue. I'm hoping that this isn't just because everybody is so sick of Numbani, because honestly I am too, but hey, if you want to win, you got to play what you're going to be strongest at. So surely for Draenors, this is what they feel the strongest on.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that plays into my last point a little bit. Like, you have to have a strategy coming into this. You have to have a game plan. You can't just continue to run the same thing over and over again and hope it works. It's clearly not working at the moment. Sure, maybe with a different map type, maybe with some more high ground, because I've talked about this so much, but I feel like Antarctic Peninsula does have high ground, but it's not nearly as important to contest unless you're like on sub level. Other than that, it seems pretty not important. Usually you're just throwing yourself at the point anyway, and both teams are just kind of battling it out on there. But it does seem like the switch up is going to be the Junker Queen again. So no Rhine. We're going to swap things up back to Kindred's potentially best tank and see if they can make that work. They're going to be on defense first, so they're going to be run into a bit. Washington Timeless, I mean, it's just tried and true. We're just going back to the Bun May, back to the Snozzler Bastion, excuse me. There's going to be a Baptiste from Z-Man, but I mean, you got to see something different from Draenors, right? This is going to be a different look, but I want to see a different result too.
I do really like this pick from Kindred because, again, she is one of the best Junker Queens that we have in Calling All Heroes, but the thing that you lose out on when you pick the Junker Queen is the ability to control angles, and that's what Sigma actually gives you there. Early wall comes out from Yves to try and segment off Sniper, and Wicca with a headshot there onto Chloe, and that's going to be a pretty big pick-off, but those are two even bigger ones from Snozzler. Oh my lord, just taking down the backline, and yeah, suddenly you can't control angles, you can't control much of anything. Sure, they're going to get a couple of picks here, but without the healing, it's only a matter of time before Washington Timeless start ticking up the percentage, and they've already got some feet on the point there, or near the point, actually. Sniper not actually going for the cap there. Kindred actually isolated there by Haley and the rest of the gang, and this is just all over the place, so scrappy from Draenors. They're not able to find anything, and Washington Timeless, now they can put feet on the point and start to tick up the percentage.
I'm not sure how Kindred got so separated. I was thinking they can disengage, they can go for a full team recontest, potentially give up a tick or two, but it's not the end of the world. But they just seem so scattered. They continue to throw bodies at the point, but there's really no rhyme or reason for it. They're just staggering themselves a bit, and it took a little bit, but Washington Timeless will get the point. You can see the impact that Snozzler has on the Bastion. There's no Bastion now from Draenors. They have a Sojourn in a May. They go a little bit too far forward, and they just get, even though they get the first pick, they just get obliterated.
Timeless aren't even pushing the point right now. They're trying to take this high ground because they know exactly where Draenors have spawned and where they're going to try and hold. They want to try and take the aggression, let the payload get that auto progress, and now they can start pushing it, but now they're going to actually push the advantage. They take down Wicca. Sniper going to invest their Gravitic Flux and send everyone crashing back down to Earth. A nice wall from a nice wall from Bun. I don't know how many times I'm going to be saying that to stop the axe swing coming out from Kindred, and Draenors once again collapse.
The Calling All Heroes appreciation for Bun's walls. That's it. Just like, we need to put like a highlight reel, just all the amazing May walls that Bun has had, all the amazing May plays that she said, because I mean, this character, I feel like a lot of people underestimate what you can do on a May, and this is exactly what you can do. Not only the headshots, but just the team plays you can make. It's giving Washington Timeless plenty of positioning, but it's going to be the M-Matrix from Zepturn to try to make something happen.
Oh, the Rampage goes out onto Chloe, but she just ice blocks through it. The Rampage actually gets nothing, and Yves is going to fall, and so will KJ, and This is just disastrous for Drainers. They invest 2 ultimates and they come up with zilch, nada. The drain is clogged, and Washington Timeless, they just continue to march on forward. There's not even going to be a contest here, it looks like. Actually, no. Wicca, with the aid of the sound barrier overhealth, is actually going to get a brief contest there. The blizzard comes out from Yves, but it's not even slowing Washington Timeless down a little bit.
Yeah, they are continuing to march on forward. That sound barrier from Haley was clutch, helped them get away from the blizzard that came out from Yves. Doesn't amount to any eliminations, and it was, I feel like this map in general has been very all over the place, very, I don't want to say sloppy, but just kind of like not coordinated. We're now seeing Bun Widowmaker, because sure, why not? I mean, there's some nice high ground, I guess, here on the second point. Maybe you can go for a quick pick here or there. But it definitely hasn't had the same kind of team play that we saw in the last map. It's definitely been a little bit more chaotic.
I feel like hit scan play here is a lot more defender favored because you have access to that high ground, but hey, you know, I trust Bun. Swapping off the Mei is a little bit interesting. She's had better walls than Chris Jericho, but that said, Flux coming out from Sniper. Snaz are going to go ahead and melt down Wicca. It's a trade, though, as Sniper does fall. Gets a little bit too aggressive there. Z-Man going to go ahead and clap back, though. Takes down KJ, and it is scrappy, but still favoring Washington Timeless. Even without Sniper there to hold down the fort, the cart continues to move, and Wicca, you're taking some aggressive angles there. Zepturn takes down Snozler, and yeah, Chloe just going to turn right around.
The Sniper Ryan, it's all about the game and how you play it, and now they are making some changes. Play right into the face of Kindred, but it's going to be a rampage that's going to go through the entire team.
Immortality comes out from Z-Man, but it is felled, as is Z-Man, and Yves gonna go ahead and press the advantage, and Drainers, they have finally dug their heels in and staked their claim, but they're not done. They're gonna keep pushing up forward and try and hold Washington Timeless in the spawn. Nope, scratch that. They're just gonna go ahead and back up and hold at the choke. Much smarter. Would have been very worried if they had tried to go for a spawn hold there.
So back to the Sigma, but not swapping off Widowmaker, actually stopping Snozler onto the Genji. So mirroring that pick from Invest on the other side, it seems like Washington Timeless, their momentum has finally been stopped, and I'm really surprised they're not running the same comp they had been the entire map. It didn't really seem like it wasn't working. It seemed like they slowed themselves down with these swaps, but Snozler are going to open things back up and get that dash onto Wicca.
Yeah, but look at the damage that Washington Timeless are taking. They lose Haley, though, and they do have the spawn advantage. And with this Dragon Blade coming out from Yves, can't quite find Z-Man, and Chloe is actually there for the cleanup. It still feels so even, but a nice headshot there onto Kindred, and Z-Man with the Amp Matrix means that Washington Timeless are going to be the beneficiaries of this fight, get a little bit more cart progress, and Chloe can finally get set up somewhere comfortable.
Have to use an Amp Matrix to get it done, but they still have that sound barrier almost ready to go. Sniper isn't too far away from that gravitic flux. And you can see that Drainers, they are pushed back all the way into their own spawn. They do have a sound barrier of their own almost ready to go, so that is kind of their fight winner, potentially at least, can sustain them throughout a tightly contested engagement. But they're, like, you can see, like, they're getting split already. I mean, look at where Kindred is once again, completely away from the rest of the team. They don't get punished for it. She's really lucky that they didn't just try to collapse, but the rest of the team's getting collapsed on the other side.
Yeah, she was trying to set up like a pincer attack, expecting them to come through the main choke point, but Washington Timeless just go on a flank. They invest their gravitic flux. The sound barrier from Wicca is good, so everyone sustains for now, but I mean, a potential mispositioning, a bit of a misplay there from Kindred, and the sound barrier from Haley is going to punish it, and Washington Timeless, they continue to march forward, and the rest of Drainers, Zepturn is gonna fall. There's only a scant few bodies left to try and get the contest there. Snozler with the Dragon Blade, gonna slice those bodies clean in half, and this cart is going all the way to checkpoint C. Washington Timeless cap with 1:35 in the time bank, and Drainers looking a little bit lost.
Yeah, you could see, I mean, again, I think this map was a little bit more chaotic than we saw on Antarctic Peninsula. A lot of fights all over the place, members of both teams scattered which way, but it was Drainers that got punished the most for it. I was saying that Washington Timeless, I was surprised they weren't punishing where Kindred was, but they actually played that so smart. I was completely wrong in my initial analysis. They waited for both support ultimates to be gone from the side of Drainers, and then once that amplification matrix faded, once the sound barrier over shields were gone, that's when they hit the go button, that's when they engaged, and that's when they were able to win out that point. 1:35, not a lot of time overall, but I feel like a map like Midtown is really hard to complete fully as is. So great that they were able to get the job done, and it makes their defense so much easier. They know they can give up a little bit of the map here and there because they know that they've completed it. They know they have more than a minute, so the extra time overtime or extra round scenarios are in their favor as is, and it makes their win con so much easier to go up 2-0 in the series. They can play a little bit more relaxed, a little bit less fast and furious, and I think overall they've played a little bit more calm, cool, and collected throughout this map, and those fight wins at the end, that full cap at the end, shows that strategy is paying off.
I see Chloe going back over onto the Mei, which I'm very glad to see. But I mean, I wasn't in love with the Widow pick, but there is actually some logic to it, right? Like, you know, if you're on Junker Queen, you want to go aggressive, you want to brawl, you want to take the fight right to the enemy tank, but without a shield, that leaves your backline vulnerable to a couple of headshots. So, you know, it's at least rooted in a little bit of logic, but that said, the Mei play has been phenomenal. Hello, we get to see Reliable. That's Symmetra that you were talking about, and now Drainers have access to this high ground overlooking the point, and Washington Timeless, they gotta try to find a way to root him out of there.
It's gonna be difficult though. They teleported to the high ground instead of the low ground. Usually you teleport to the low ground to immediately go onto the point. You can see that Washington Timeless is already basically rotated to where they expect Drainers to come out. Now they've got to actually deal with them being run up on, and so far it's an even fight. Ooh, very close for Snozzler, and finally Drainers, they've actually taken one tick, maybe even two.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be 2, and Washington Timeless, they haven't really been able to find a way in. It's do or die, though. They have to try and go in now, and the knife being stuck into Sniper there, the punish, but Kindred goes so aggressive to try and make that happen. It has to be worth it. They trade out for Snozzler. Is it going to be worth it? Not if you lose your Baptiste as well.
Wait,
but the cap! Nobody from Timeless was touching, and Drainers just snaked it right out from under them.
All right, we can officially start the Cloud9 C9 count at 1, because that was absolutely a C9. It looks like Washington Timeless was winning that fight, but the positioning just wasn't there. You can see Sniper. That was a really nice play by Wicca. We got to talk about that. That was a sound wave by Wicca that knocks the Sigma off the point, and no one else was there to contest.
I mean, Washington Timeless, they have to be reeling from that, but it's time to collect yourself, try and hold this high ground. Drainers, they have to try and take it from you. There's another great wall coming out from Chloe, and it punishes Kindred yet again. The aggression being stifled, and now Wicca kind of stuck in one place you definitely don't want to be, a narrow hallway with Sniper and all those spheres bouncing all over the place like a bouncy house. You don't want that. Drainers, despite the miracle cap, have now been stuffed.
Yeah, this is not good for them, because even though the ultimate's not looking too bad, they really want to get around this first corner. The fact that you're going to see Washington Timeless be able to hold on to this high ground, hold around that first bend, not great positioning for the side of Drainers. They're going to have to try to break this hold. They're going to pressure out Sniper and do a lot of damage, but now you can use that Ant Matrix on the low ground, try to pressure out that high ground more that they've had to give it up on the side of Washington Timeless, and they're going to teleport straight in.
Yeah, the Ant Matrix actually kites the rest of Washington Timeless back so they can put that teleporter down and go in and try and take the high ground that way. They're gonna trade out Yves for Snozzler. I think you take that right now, but Chloe going in with the Blizzard and the wall. She really, really wants to punish Kindred, and the whole gang is there to back her up, and they are going to get it, but they trade out Z-Man. Trades for trades back and forth, and little bits of cart progress continuing. Yves gonna go ahead and pop that photon barrier, and suddenly it's a little bit risky for Washington Timeless to try and go in for the contest here, so they're just kind of stuck down here in this low ground, and yeah, they're gonna take the back door. They want out.
I was talking about this in our last series, that you can contest from this room. They can't move the cart, and okay, they're just gonna run straight into the room, but they are completely split again. But that's gonna be KJ. Gets the artillery strike, it gets one. They need to find more if they want to keep this cart moving though.
It does root them out from that underground positioning and does let them continue to make cart progress, but this Ant Matrix and with Snozzler behind it, it's gonna be so much harder to get any more than that. The headshots coming through from Chloe, from Z-Man, and Washington Timeless. Another successful defense, a scrappy and long one, and a costly one at that.
Yeah, these teams are not afraid to fight down a member. They are not afraid to throw ults in, even if they are in a 3v4 disadvantage. They are trying to win these fights time and time again, which is really surprising for Drainers, because they still have a lot of time to work with. They captured like 5 minutes originally, down to 3 now and counting, but they continue to try to push this aggression. They use the teleporter as a bait, and now they're going to go the Rampage, but it did hit a few at least. I wasn't sure if it hit anyone.
Yeah, Snozzler is going to bleed out from that Rampage damage, and Kindred is definitely on a Rampage now, with the aid of the sound boost, or the speed boost from Wicca. She's gonna go in. This is the aggression that we've wanted to see from her, and that she has been trying to apply this entire time. She finally gets it. A big Rampage, hits 3, and they're gonna keep it going. Zepturn with the Ant Matrix there. It's gonna get walled off, but that's gonna make it so much more difficult for Washington Timeless to touch. Sniper gonna have to try and go in on the side. There's another boot from Wicca, and Sniper cannot touch. Washington Timeless are now caught with their pants down. Sure, Snozzler's pumping in a ton of damage. Sure, you kill KJ, but you've already given up the point.
If Drainers win this map, Wicca is absolutely the MVP. She has been insane with these Soundwaves, with these boops, to make sure that Washington Timeless cannot get these objective touches. Even when they're winning the fight, you saw that pick that come out at the very end. Like, they could have won that if they actually got to the objective in time, but they don't. Wicca's making sure that they aren't able to. And now Drainers still have 3 minutes in the timing. They could potentially get a better time if they're able to get the full capture and keep winning fights.
And the fight is happening here, not in the choke. They don't want to give it up. If they lose this fight, Washington Timeless are going to have to give up the choke, and they've already lost the lost the blizzard from Chloe. They find Zepturn, but Kindred is finding all of the damage with her knife. They've taken down Sniper. There goes Z-Man, and that is the fight win for Drainers. The choke for free, and now only one fight, potentially, maybe a stagger fight after that, stands between Drainers and the full cap.
And you're seeing why the Junker Queen verse works so much better when you're trying to close this. Is the shout, that extra shield, the extra speed just allows you to run in so much more easily. If you charge with a Reinhardt, it's basically all in or you're done. But with the Junker Queen, it's not always a complete commitment. You still have time to try to get out. It's going to be now the Riddick Flux as well as the Sound Barrier, but it's going to be the artillery strike that finds the first blow.
Yeah, everybody was looking at the Flux. Nobody was looking at the incoming artillery strike. That's a great return fire there, though. Despite Drainers finding 2, the Sound Barrier from Haley going to keep everybody alive on the side of Washington Timeless. The picks come out. It's still scrappy. Kindred still wants blood, but it might only be hers that ends up falling here. Yeah, there we go. There's the cleanup. That took a little longer than I thought, but it is going to finally be Kindred's blood spilled. The fight stops. Washington Timeless. They can take a deep breath. They've held on.
Yeah, and now it's pretty unlikely that there will be a better time for Drainers if they get this full cap. Still could be pretty close if they're able to move quickly. Chloe now going on to the Echo might be a little bit harder to track down as they can glide through the air. The big thing is that there is going to be a rampage for Kindred. She could absolutely decimate Washington Timeless. They do have an immortality field on their side, but they don't have the Sound Barrier. That was used in that last fight to sustain and get that hold.
Yeah, I mean, Snozzler are going to be going for a sneaky artillery strike here. It's going to be popped. Chloe's already taken down Yves, but it's traded out. Here comes the artillery strike. Zepturn is public enemy number 1. The Rampage comes out. It hits 2, but is it too costly? They might actually be able to get some purchase with this. KJ takes down Snozzler. The rest of the damage from the Rampage has been healed up, but everyone was forced to peel back, so the cart is going to move forward just a wee little bit here. The accretion from Sniper goes wide. The commanding shout comes out from Kindred, but they don't have the resources to commit, especially with KJ so low, and we only have a minute left. Drainers have got to find something.
Yeah, they've got to survive through this gravitic flux until they come out. There's also a duplicate from Chloe that is about to be online. There's so much for Washington Timeless on their side, and it seems like Drainers can't find those quick engagements that they were able to find so much before. And they're just getting stalled out.
It's all going to be on Wicca's shoulders with this Sound Barrier. Here comes the Gravitic Flux from Sniper. Is the Sound Barrier good? Yes, it is. It catches everybody, but that slam back down to earth means all of that HP, all that overhealth is now gone, and we're back into the neutral. Chloe invests the duplicate with the Bastion, but isn't able to find a whole lot for it. KJ going to pop the artillery strike. Snozzler gets so low, but the pocket from Z-Man is there. Haley going to pop back with that Sound Barrier, and Kindred gets melted again, gets caught out. A pick off there onto Chloe for the trade, but it's all going in Washington Timeless's favor. It's all orange in the kill feed right now, and Drainers have stalled out at the last possible hurdle there. They were so close, but the play for Yves finds 2. It's nothing, actually. Doesn't touch the point. It could have been a huge play, but didn't actually touch the point. Washington Timeless go up 2-0.
Yeah, that is so sad for Yves. Finds 2 or 3 members at the tail end of that map, but finally the objective play that had been so good for them, the point captures they kept getting despite it being a full fighter, being down 1, that is what ends up costing at the end, not being able to touch that final time on the cart. And I've got to give a lot of props to Wicca once again. I think Wicca's individual plays there with the sound waves, with those boops, that stopped Washington Timeless from touching the objective, made that a much closer map than would have been otherwise. That first point, it looks like it was going the way of Washington Timeless. It looks like they were going to get that defense, but then instead they don't touch. Same thing for the second point, but they still can't do enough on the side of Drainers to win this one out. Washington Timeless, they get tested. It looked a lot like, more like the first point of Antarctic Peninsula. It looked a lot closer. It came down to the wire, but Drainers, again, just cannot get the job done here.
It feels like Washington Timeless just have such a strong grasp on how to control the tempo, because when you look at Drainer's composition, that's what they want to do. They want to play fast. They want to be swift. They want to go in with the speed boost. They want to put in as much damage with that Junker Queen as they can, get those big Mayhem Axe swings, get the big rampages built up. pump just all of that close range damage. But if you just play your space, you just control the tempo, you don't let them get that close and punish them when they do, split them up and force them to make mistakes, suddenly you're in control. And it's Drainers that have to try and react. And they did make some very valiant attempts, but it just was not enough. Washington Timeless in the driver's seat nearly the entire time. And we only got one more chance for Drainers to try and take this series back in their favor. It's going to be their map pick as we go into map 3.
Yeah, their map pick once again. I mean, I like that they picked Midtown. I like that they changed to the Junker Queen. A much closer affair overall than that last sub map of Antarctic Peninsula. It just came down to a few key decisions. Some good, I would say, like, not, I wouldn't even say it's mistakes. I'd just say honestly that Washington Timeless made some really good decisions at the very end that put them in a superior spot. Alt bank wise, positioning wise, I really like the echo swap that created a little bit of chaos. Chloe just seems like she was able to like fly high and be a big distraction because of that. And Drainers, I like the Junker Queen again. I really like it because it does let you initiate a bit quicker. It lets you kind of sustain more through all the poke damage that's going to come through. But there's still Snozzler on the Bastion. That is always going to be something that's going to be in your way. We're going to see here at the very end. Yeah, it was only 2 at the very end. You were right. But that Bastion just does so much. Every time that anyone tries to engage, Snozzler's there to just do a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a Baptiste head-to-head here. Zepturn and Z-Man, and it looks pretty close throughout. But again, it's the eliminations and the deaths that kind of tell the story, you know? You're still doing a lot, still pumping in a lot of damage. Actually, Z-Man with double the damage that Zepturn had. That's also pretty massive. Maybe that's a stat that we want to highlight as well, but when your team is winning, when you're in the driver's seat constantly like that, you're going to have more limbs and you're going to have fewer deaths, and that is the picture that I see being painted here. More aggression from Z-Man is paying dividends. More healing from Zepturn is a necessity because of all the damage that Z-Man and the rest of the Washington Timeless crew are pumping out, and the rest of the Drainers just kind of crumble because even all of the healing that Zepturn is doing is not enough to stop the aggression and retake control of the tempo there. But that is where we're going to leave it for right now. We still have one more map between these two. We still have a chance for Drainers to try and pull out the reverse sweep. We've seen glimmers of potential. We've seen some of their best looks, but it hasn't been enough. Will it be as we go to map 3? Once again, their map pick. Hey, Jag, you finally get to see some Flashpoint, and we'll see it right after this break. Welcome back, everybody. The Drain Gang may be making their final stand here. Well, not their final stand, because it's a double elim bracket. They might get sent down to loser's bracket, but they don't want that. They want to make that run through the upper bracket, and to do that, they have to go through the best. And to do that, they have to use their map pick wisely. Their battleground of choice will be Cervasa for Flashpoint.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Flashpoint, there's only 2 maps, right? So there isn't exactly a whole lot of options overall. I do think New City is a little bit more dynamic in some of the points. I mean, there is some funky stuff with high ground, and there's like one point where there's like the point below high ground, but you got to drop to actually get to it. So I think it can be a bit more dynamic for that. Cervasa, I feel like it's a little bit more straightforward. Usually you're fighting on the point. There is some interesting kind of natural cover, and there's some points that are like more encapsulated. There's like a ceiling and stuff like that, but overall it's almost always just kind of like you're running at your opponent, which I think exactly is what Drainers want, because they want to run at their opponent. They want to be very aggressive, and they want to catch them off guard. We saw it work a bit better on Midtown, a very close 2-3 loss that they had, and I like the Junker Queen swap they had over the Rhine, but it has to be enough this time around. It's been so close, but it just has not gotten them that W just yet. Washington is still flawless. They've still not dropped a map, and they are 1 map away from punching their ticket to that winner's bracket final.
I was doing a little bit of a think there in real time, and we'll get back to that in a second. Let's have a quick look at the bracket real quick so we can see how some of these other matches have shaken out so far and where we kind of stand as it goes on. We see Fable and Aegis both getting the betters of their opponents down there in the lower bracket, still clinging to life. I want to see more of Fable as we go on. Aegis still holding on. We might have seen the last of GRE Nightmare if that has any implications. Those matchups still shaking out. Nothing reported for VTB versus Valiant Guardians, but we're at 2-0 for Washington Timeless versus Drainers. And if we go back really quick to why Drainers may have picked Cervasa, there is a specific composition that I have seen a lot of teams busting out on Cervasa. One team in particular that played a lot of it on Cervasa, and well, every map for that matter, was the London Spitfire. And I'm sure that gives away the game. What I think Drainers might be trying to cook here. That's just my first impression. That's just a guess. That's just like, while you were over there talking about, why Cervasa versus New Junk City, I was like, hang on. What have I seen a lot of on Cervasa that I haven't seen a lot of on New Junk City?
Yeah, I mean, it can work absolutely. I think the big thing again is like you really need the Symmetra, and I know I've said this like so many times, but you really need the Symmetra because that teleporter is what enables the Rhine to do so many things. So I don't know if I want to see that, because the only time we've seen them really pull out the Symmetra was with the Junker Queen on Midtown, and I thought that was doing really well. They had that amazing first point capture, in part because of Wicca and again their boop, but also because they got that really nice positioning early on by taking an early teleporter that caught Washington Timeless off guard. So here, if they see the Symmetra again, I feel like Washington Timeless is going to be a little bit more prepared for it, but if they run it with the Rhine, you're a bit more stationary unless that Symmetra teleports you. The Junker Queen, I think, adds another kind of variety. It adds like another layer to the spice where you can kind of engage without the teleporter. You could use the teleporter as a decoy, just throw in some turrets, and then use the shout instead to just run straight into them without it. So there's a lot of potential things here. We'll see what it makes a lot of sense. Like Brian has been very strong here overall.
Yeah, there is the potential for the Rhine. We'll see if I'm right about that. There's also the potential for the Junker Queen, or even, trying to mirror the Sigma, because we know what Washington Timeless is going to want to play, and it's going to want to be that Sigma composition. But if you're Drainers, which way, Western marginalized gender person, what is your choice? What road are you choosing to go down here? There are so many different options for them on Cervasa, and potentially, maybe even swapping between them for the various points. I'm personally kind of expecting the Reinhardt. I think that's where we're gonna try and lean into a little bit more. I would like to also see the Junker Queen, but the Sigmir, it's all possible. It's really anyone's guess what we're actually going to see here. But what we need to see, the one thing that we absolutely need to see, is a W in the Drainers column, a final blemish on Washington Timeless's record. If that is even possible, if this Washington Timeless is capable of bleeding, Drainers have to make it happen right now, and then take until they start the reverse sweep. It starts here on Cervasa. Will they be able to do it?
I said this earlier on, that it had to be, I wanted it a little bit earlier too, let's just point that out. I wanted them to win a little bit earlier so that they wouldn't be in this do or die scenario, but it really is one map at a time. If you can make this Immortal team bleed, if you can make them have a bit of a struggle, if you can make them question what they're doing, then you can start rolling the ball down the hill from there. It's been all uphill for Washington Timeless so far in this tournament. Again, Washington Flawless is what we nicknamed them because they have yet to drop a map at all through the Swiss stage or through playoffs just yet. But this could be where that all turns around. Drainers, it's not necessarily the end of their tournament run because, again, this is upper bracket. They still have another lifeline waiting for them, but you don't want just yet.
What is that thing meant to be? What is that?
No, I don't know. It kind of reminds me, I think, of what we see on Coliseum with like their Skytram system, but I don't know. I'm gonna be honest.
Show me a train flying through that thing right now. I need to know what this thing's purpose is. It baffles and intrigues me.
I think I need to. We need the lore lesson on exactly what that is.
A little. I need to dig into the Servaso lore right now, but right now we're firmly focused on Washington Timeless versus Drainers and the lore there. And I was right. I just want to say it. I called it. It is that Symmetra Rhine composition that Drainers are coming out here with. That is the path that they have chosen. It's particularly effective on the first point here, especially because you can control this choke point. But once again, Kindred has to be careful. Once her shield falls, courtesy of the damage from Snozzler, she might be in a bit of danger. But until then, she can just control this angle. There's a nice wall coming out from Bun there, but the aggression coming out from Washington Timeless, they catch Yves out on the rotation there. I'm not sure what they were doing over there, but I mean, they're not doing a whole lot anymore. Washington Timeless are now going to seize their opportunity to go in. They find KJ, they find Kindred, they find the point.
I think that was just a misunderstanding of how you're supposed to play this. Once you get the objective, you want to hold back on it with the Rhine. You don't want to play too aggressive. You want to capture that point because they had the positioning for that. They could have been taking up progress even if they lost the fight, but instead they play a little bit too aggressively. I saw the teleporter was used really early on and then it was destroyed, so there's really no way for Kindred to get out the way that they wanted to. And now you can see Washington Timeless, they're going to take advantage of the fact that they won that first fight. They won that first capture on the objective, and they're playing very aggressively. It's going to force Drainers to go all the way around and try to set up again. But I want to see them, this is the time to play aggressive, but I want them to kind of understand what they're trying to do at any given time. Accretion going to be met by the shield, and now Snozzler's just going to be raining in bullets.
Yeah, there's an early immortality field forced out, but KJ is not going to be the beneficiary of it. Her mortality is definitely not in any question right now. Sniper takes her down, and Washington Timeless are gonna hold strong here. There's a nice accretion to finish off Yves, and you can't even really see it on the screen right now, but there was a couple members of Washington Timeless that were posted up on the high ground, and nobody from Drainers, save for maybe Zepturn, had the ability to even get up there to challenge them. So Z-Man is safe as houses up here.
And they also were able to avoid the amplification matrix that came out from Zepturn because of that positioning. So just very good understanding early on from Washington Timeless of how to hold on to this objective. They've already captured it. We're now moving on to the next one. And they have all of the ultimates in the world to work with. It's been an incredible showing so far. And you don't get nearly as many opportunities on Flashpoint like you would on Control. Like, you lose 2 or 3 fights and it's just done. That point is not going to be able to be fought over anymore.
And once again, this is Washington Timeless controlling the space, controlling the tempo. Drainers want to get in their face, but they're not going to let them. They have control over the point. There's a nice ice wall that's going to come out from Yves, and Kindred with a huge shatter doesn't even let Z-Man hit the ground before she swings it, just like taking him out like a batter in baseball. I'm dumbfounded by that one, but I mean, despite that, Drainers, they're able to capture the point. Washington Timeless have not been fully evicted yet. They're going to invest the artillery strike. It doesn't find much of anything. KJ finds Haley, and that should firmly be Washington Timeless staking their claim. And there's a nice little insurance policy wall from Bun to stifle the aggression a little bit.
Almost a trade back, but not able to come through for Washington Timeless. They're going to have to wait quite a bit. Now Haley's back into the fray. They still have some ultimates to work with, but they use both DPS ultimates there for nothing. So they're going to be forced to use this Gravitic Flux early on. There's still a Mortality Field from Zepturn that can be thrown in. Maybe an even Amp Matrix to do a lot of healing. Washington Timeless really are on the back burner despite having a huge advantage coming into what should have been another capture for them. Instead, not able to get it done.
They're going to have to invest, and they're also going to have to invest a little bit of time and make a little rotation there, courtesy of that Amp Matrix. Kindred with 2 through the Amp Matrix. That is absolutely massive, and now this Gravitic Flux from Sniper is all for naught. Wicca with a nice little boop there onto Snozzler to finish them off, and now Sniper at risk of getting staggered here, but yeah, Drainer's actually not going to, uncharacteristically not going to take the aggression and let Sniper live.
I think they're just worried about getting Stagger potentially going into the next flashpoint, which should unlock. But actually, they do get Sniper at the very end, so that's a huge Stagger. Now they can rotate to the point. I mean, I will say, I believe Sniper will be alive by the time this next point unlocks. It's still got 30 seconds, but that's alt charge. That is time that Washington Timeless has to kind of regroup once more. And yeah, you're going to see that Drainer's actually in a solid spot here, possibly one of the better spots they've been in all series.
Yeah, they're going to try and cut Washington Timeless off at the passes. Both teams try and race onto the point there. There's the wall and the Ant Matrix coming out, the window and the wall, but the Blizzard comes out from Yves and finds two. Kindred does fall, so their ability to control space severely hindered here, and Wicca going to fall as well. Washington Timeless, I mean, despite losing too early there, are going to come out of this fight ahead and should be able to make their way over to the point and start checking up that first cap there, but and they're still invested in trying to get KJ off the field.
Yeah, they're chasing right now, trying to get KJ. They do. That's so unfortunate. Kindred was right there, wasn't able to get the shield up in time, so that's going to be a free capture. And Drainers, they tried to go for this strategy of we're going to meet them before the point. We're going to force that fight. We're going to force that ultimates. Well, you got your wish. It didn't go the way you wanted, and now this third point of Saravasa getting ticked up for Washington Timeless, and they still have Bun's ultimate, the Blizzard ready to go. They almost have the artillery strike. It just seems like the momentum, especially in this map, has continued to flip back and forth.
And something crucial in that previous fight, by the way, was that Yves used their Blizzard and didn't end up winning the fight for it. So now Haley is going to have a free sound barrier when she builds up to it. Another shatter from on high from Kindred finds nothing. The wall, this time from Yves. All the Mays are just out to get Kindred right now. But KJ taking down Haley before she can build up that sound barrier. That is everything right now. Wicca with the sound barrier of her own, and with the overhealth benefit, the benefit of the overhealth, Drainers are able to secure the point. 69% for Washington Timeless. Nice, but Drainers find the flip.
So that was a charge from Chloe's wall onto Yves's wall to shatter nothing. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. It's all distraction because they still win the fight. Wicca with the clutch sound barrier to counter what Chloe's Blizzard was trying to do. They win the fight off of just a lot of shots also from Yves that were hitting the target. And now they have control once more over Washington Timeless. They have their own sound barrier. They've got a Gravitic Flux. The ult advantage is in their favor, and they're going to use it.
Yeah, it looks like Kindred is going to be public enemy number one, but the accretion doesn't find any value in the Gravitic Flux. There isn't enough follow-up as Kindred got slammed onto the high ground, and they've lost Chloe. There's a nice charge there on Kindred, or sorry, onto Sniper, but she was too low, and Kindred is gonna fall. Washington Timeless with the sound barrier coming out from Haley are going to find the flip. 75% for Drainers. There might be a touch here, but it's gonna be a risky one, and Z-Man can cut it off entirely.
Yeah, this is going to be a big decision. Do they try to go for this touch at the last second, or do they give up the point? They're trying to go for it. You can see that Washington Timeless, they're in position to try to stop them from even getting there. The wall is going to be there. I think they've got to give this up. They're trying to go around, and they will get the touch just in time.
There's that Ant Matrix, though, and Kindred is going to melt, though. Yves invests the Blizzard, but who is there to follow up on it? Certainly not them, and definitely not Kindred, and Washington Timeless are going to secure the point as the last members of Drainers make an Irish exit out the back without telling anybody, and now it's 2-1 in favor of Washington Timeless. Drainers, they have to try and play for this next point. They've got to be flawless from here on out, or they're going to the lower bracket.
And no Blizzard now. That last second contest cost them so much. Not only the objective, not only the point going the way of Washington Timeless, and now has them on map and series point, but that big AoE ultimate that could have frozen everyone up, that could have stopped Washington Timeless in their tracks, is no longer available. They do have some abilities to work with, some ultimates to work with, but I feel like the May Blizzard would have been the big one, and they have to force out the Immortality Field to stay alive through that artillery strike.
KJ gonna go ahead and pop that overclock, and without the Ant Matrix to stifle any sort of aggression, without the May Wall to cut off any of the angles, Washington Timeless just have to back up. But the grenade from Snozzler cleans her up, and suddenly you don't gotta play those angles anymore. You can take them. Washington Timeless with the speed boost are gonna go super aggressive here. The damage coming out, Kindred can't safely have her shield up, but the pin onto Chloe is saved by the Immortality Field. The Shatter! The Immortality Field is down, the Shatter is good, but is the damage there? Yes, it is. Sniper will fall, but Yves slips off the point. I'm not sure what happened there. Chloe gonna clap back with the Blizzard, and Washington Timeless are coming out ahead.
They do come out ahead at the very end of it, but the good news for Drainers, and what is now become a very dire situation, is that they got the first capture. They got 52%. They forced out a lot of ultimates from Washington Timeless, but they also had to use a lot of their own. They're gonna have to take a dry fight here. They have to build up ultimates. If they can win this one out, that's huge. If they can win this fight, they're in a great position to at least win this point. But they only really have room to lose one fight here before it is really done and dusted.
It's a great wall from Invest. It's actually going to force out the Gravitic Flux from Sniper just so they can live. The Immortality Field is good from Zepturn, but the damage is coming through, and Kindred can't sustain through it. There's just not enough. Wicca trying to go for a miracle play onto Z-Man. Snozzler has fallen, but Haley is going to punish Wicca's aggression. Boops are right off the map, and suddenly it's looking real dicey for Drainers. Invest the Blizzard. They take down Sniper. Wait, there might actually be something here. Haley takes down KJ, though. It still looks like it's in favor of Washington Timeless. Haley with the sound barrier, and suddenly there doesn't seem to be a whole lot going in the way of Drainers, but Kindred is back swinging the hammer. The artillery strike comes out, and it's just blocked. Kindred puts the umbrella up and shelters everybody from the rain. Drainers find the flip. Sniper is back on the Doomfist, and somehow Drainers are still in control.
Chloe gets the kill, and was at 1 health. They get the ice block to get healed back up. Sniper on the Doomfist. This is crazy, CB, and they're gonna get Kindred.
Oh no, Kindred falls. There's the wall from Chloe. She's got the Blizzard if she needs it. Drainers, they have to try and play into this somehow, but they don't have a tank. They only have a sound barrier, and it only catches Wicca and Zepturn. There's the Blizzard onto the point. Zepturn finds Snozzler. Washington Timeless are wounded, but they are not broken as they're going to face down Invest with another wall and an icicle to the dome. Wicca is forced to evict the point. She's gonna go back in for another touch, but Haley boops her away, and despite the scrappiest fight of all time, Washington remain flawless. Drainers get drained. It's 3-0 for Washington Timeless, and Drainers are going to the lower bracket. What a final point there.
Drainers made them work for it, though. That was, again, like, there's really only one time where it felt like they really got outclassed, and that was going to be that last submap of Antarctic Peninsula on Labs. Every other submap, map, whatever you want to call it, every other fight, engagement, it was scrappy. It was all over the place. But was it fun to watch? Yes, it was. It went down to the very last moment. I still can't believe that Bun was able to survive throughout all of that and then get the Blizzard. Some heroic plays from members of both sides. But the biggest thing in the end of the day is that Washington Timeless, they can take some hits. They might get hurt a little bit, but they still do not bleed. A 3-0, a continuation of this flawless run from the team that has to be considered the favorites of the Toronto Defiant Rise Together Minor 3 for calling all heroes of how they've played.
If Drainers can't even take a map off of Washington Timeless at this point, who can? Because there are only so many other options that we've seen. We've seen Valiant Guardians step up and get stepped on. We've now seen Drainers step up and get stepped on. Who is left? Who can topple these tyrants? I still have faith that Drainers have the potential to, but it just feels like Washington Timeless are too calm under pressure. Drainers are great at applying pressure, but I mean, Washington Timeless, every time it seemed like Drainers had the advantage, every time it seemed like they were on the precipice of a miracle, Washington Timeless found a way to snuff it out through their own ult usage. I gotta shout out Haley again for her sound barriers, her clutch factor, and Z-Man with these immortality fields, like that one you saw right there, saving Chloe's life. And Chloe with the ice walls, it's been the story of just about every Washington Timeless map, is that her ice walls have been everything, the deciding factor in so many fights that frankly Washington Timeless have no business winning. But with one simple cooldown, one simple isolation, pun intended, isolation, you get it, they're able to overcome. And that's taking nothing away, of course, from Snozzler, who has been phenomenal on the Bastion. When you can't get the angle on them, they've got one on you. They've got the damage. They've got everything they need to push forward in this upper bracket. It seems all but destined that Washington Timeless are going to be in grand finals at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they're at least in winners finals, so they're only one step away from that grand finals. And I want to go back to those Snozzler stats for a second. I think they really show that the damage put out by the Bastion is just so difficult to compete with. We saw so many times where Drainers, it looks like they had the edge, it looks like they had the advantage, they played aggressively. I'm thinking about the fight after point 2 that they won, and that fight on third point where they went in with the numbers advantage, and they just got either out-ulted, out-rotated, or just Snozzler comes in and just rains down bullets from above, causes so much damage that they can't be overhealed. And Kindred, unfortunately, just a bit too far forward. They cannot be healed up. She cannot be saved in those instances. And those big overcommitments where it feels like they should win it and they don't, were big game changers. It just led to Draenors ending up losing those fights and then losing the series overall.
And we talked about all the compositions that Draenors excel at, and they're very flexible, but also a little bit one note in that everything they want to do is run at you, be aggressive, get in your face, brawl, have Kindred either hit you with the big shotguns and the axe swings or with the big hammer swings on the big German hammerman. But no matter what, Washington Timeless know how to control the tempo, stay calm under pressure, and not let that pressure break them. They bend, but they do not break. They have yet to break. They've yet to even crack under any amount of pressure. They have still not given up a map. They are still the Washington Flawless, and they may have an entire golden tournament if no one else is left to step up on them. But let's have a look at the bracket and see who's left. Valiant Guardians took a 3-0 over Vancouver Titans Blue. We saw this in Swiss. We might be seeing it again.
But it could be another rematch, but it's not really a rematch. It could be a change of pace because, again, Valiant Guardians, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, did not have their starting lineup for support last week. They struggled a lot on that first day of Swiss. They were able to clutch out on the second day. This is a whole new Valiant Guardians. This is the Valiant Guardians that we expected to compete with Washington Timeless. These are the two top teams that were in the last minor, that were in the grand finals and the upper bracket finals last time around. So it seems like one way or another, we are destined for them to play each other once more.
Yeah, and there's still a lot that has yet to shake out. Fable and Bearclaw Gaming are still going at it. GRE Nightmare still clinging on for dear life. We'll see who ends up advancing in the lower bracket and who ends up going home. But, we got to talk a little bit about that matchup that we might be seeing going forward, that Washington Timeless versus Valiant Guardians. Because, again, we saw that one before, and it was close, about as close as this one feels. I'm saying that Draenors and Valiant Guardians and Washington Timeless, that's like the triad. That's your top three of favorites. But Washington Timeless has firmly put themselves a tier above both of them. Has Valiant Guardians changed their tune? Is that something that we're going to get to see? Have they corrected their course? And as far as the lower bracket goes, I still want to follow that Fable storyline as well. There's so many moving parts to this tournament. I love this bracket so much. I had to nerd out about that for a second because there's so many narratives.
There are, and it's great as a caster, but it's also great as a viewer to see all these different storylines kind of converge into this one amazing story that is Calling All Heroes. I think one thing we got to mention is the last team to beat Washington Timeless in Calling All Heroes play was Valiant Guardians in that upper bracket for the Washington Justice Minor a while ago. They knocked Washington Timeless to the lower bracket, but then Washington Timeless was able to get revenge, win their own event that's put on by their parent organization in a 3-2 showdown that went all 5 maps. So, these two teams, when they go at it, it feels like it's always going to be a barn burner. Again, they did play already in Swiss, but I don't think that was the full story. That wasn't the full experience we're going to get here in the upper bracket finals.
There is definitely plenty more of that story to write. And hey, we've got the author of that story, or, if you want to be a little bit more literal about it, we've got the manager of Washington Timeless who's going to be showing up for an interview. We got Debit who will be here to join us after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that and more action on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody. If you're just joining us, the Washington Timeless, sometimes known in some circles as the Washington Flawless, have dispatched Drainers quite swiftly with another 3-0, still not dropping a map, and we've got Debit, their manager, here for an interview. Debit, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm great.
All right, very blunt, very to the point. I love it. Okay, I got 2 questions to kick it off. They're both easy ones. First, how does it feel to be here for another Calling All Heroes tournament? And secondly, who can stop you?
It feels amazing coming back for another Calling All Heroes tournament. Love this tournament and event ran by Blizzard and Pizza Penguin. No one.
No one can stop you.
No one.
I love the confidence. I gotta say, yeah. I mean, no one has stopped you so far. So why would you feel any different about anything upcoming? I gotta ask though. You have a rematch coming up in just a few moments with the Valiant Guardians. You've played them a bunch recently. The Washington Justice Minor. You've even played them here in the Swiss stage. However, that Swiss stage matchup a little bit different a lineup than what I think they would like to put as their starting lineup. Do you think that will at all affect today's results? Do you think this rematch will go a bit differently, or do you think it'll be the same as how it was before?
Well, I think it'll be the same result. It might be tougher on us as I'm pretty sure they have Armory coming back, which could have some changes, but I think it will still be same result, 3-0.
I mean, at this point, like a 3-0 feels like it's all but destined. I do also kind of want to ask you a couple things. You are listed as the manager for a couple of other teams as well. So how does it feel like having to juggle all of that and like work for all of these teams and try and bring forth the best talent that we have to offer on not only potentially the favorites, but some of the other underdog teams that we've looked at throughout the series?
I mean, it's hard work, but it's fun. I really enjoy what I'm able to do, and I also enjoy giving players more opportunities. Like Bear Claw Gaming, for example, that team was just made spontaneously 3 hours before roster lock for my friends who really wanted to play. So it really feels nice to also give those players an opportunity when they didn't have any team to play in this COS season with.
I mean, you crafted another playoff team with only 3 hours. That's kind of impressive. Like, as a manager, you kind of have to take that as a dub. But, I mean, thank you so much for joining us and giving us a little bit of insight. And I like the confidence that no one can stop you. That's going to stick with me going forward. And as we follow you through the playoff bracket, I'm sure that is going to be the story. But that's going to be it for the interview. Debit, do you have anything else that you want to say or any shout-outs you want to give before we send you off?
I would like to shout out my entire team, my fellow staff team, Cointree, Lily, my assistant manager, Azure, SNR for coaching us throughout this tournament, our number 1 fan, Shark Candy, and that's all.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining us, Debit. That's going to be it for the interview there. Again, Washington Timeless, they look so very dominant, and it seems that path of destruction, that dominance is going to continue all the way through the upper bracket, marching and punching their ticket all the way to grand finals. They still have a couple of mountains to climb, but not ones that they have not already treaded before. Chat, I do have one other thing that I want to say. Debit leaving now just in time. Group meowing session is going to start right now. Echo has shown up for it, so if you could all join us in meowing in the chat for me, that would be just very, very lovely, very on spirit of you. And while you're all meowing for us and joining in on this session, we're going to throw it to a quick break, and we'll be right back with our next matchup. Don't go anywhere. Good meowing, everybody. How are you guys all doing? Welcome back to Calling All Heroes Rise Together Minor 3, hosted by Toronto Defiant. We have got our last match of the day up on the chopping block, and it is going to be a big one. We got Washington Timeless versus Valiant Guardians, two teams that have historically gone blow for blow with one another, but we saw them play in Swiss rounds. Valiant Guardians got blown over. Will there be any blowback for Washington Timeless, or will they still be the Washington Flawless?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're expecting them to be able to come up with this victory on the set of Washington Timeless. Nothing has said or shown that they can be stopped just yet. Valiant Guardians, like you said, they did play them before. I will say, just like Vancouver Titans Blue, it will be a bit of a different roster for Valiant Guardians. It should have a bit of a different support lineup. Aramori, as we had mentioned before, even Debit mentioned, should be back in the lineup. They weren't available last week to play for Valiant Guardians. Now she will be back in the mix here today. We do know they also have another support on the lineup, Aspen. Don't know if you've heard of her. Not sure if she'll be starting today, but I know that her and Aramori have played a bit together, so there could be a completely different look in that backline for them. And most importantly, like, they have to show up better than they did in that last series. Regardless of who's playing, it was a 0-2 loss that they suffered. They need to have a better showing here, and I want to see a team take a map off of Washington Timeless. So far, throughout this entire tournament, they have not lost anything, not a single map, which is so impressive.
I like that you bring up that Aramori is going to be back, and I also like that if we go back to our interview that we just had with Debit, by the way, who is phenomenal. Thank you so much for coming on. But Debit said that the Aramori being back is something that Washington Timeless is at least a little bit worried about, which could mean one of two things. Either there is legitimate concern and we might see Valiant Guardians finally draw blood on Washington Timeless, something that nobody else has been able to do, or Washington Timeless thought ahead of time and they came prepared. One of those two surely must be true. And we're going to find out which one as we move forward. But let's have a quick little look at the rosters here so we can see what it all means. I mean, we know what these rosters are. We know what they are. Like, we know Washington Timeless's roster. We just saw them in action. And we know what this group of players is capable of.
I'm really glad that we're just doing, no limits, no roll-lock. I'm really glad we're going to see two Mercies come out here today for the set of Washington Timeless, but Sniper and Snozzler might not be repping who they're actually going to play, but both have been absolutely outstanding. I think, honestly, in general, this Washington Timeless roster has just had so many star-studded plays. Snozzler looked amazing on the Bastion, in particular in that last series. Halo had some great plays as well, just throwing herself in there, making sure that she was protecting her team, and then booping those away from those who might be doing some damage. It looks like we're going to see Z again come into the lineup, making that quick swap there. Which they did. I mean, we saw Z last time. They were doing very good things on the Baptiste. I think the biggest thing that we're going to see here today that's going to be really interesting is that Halo, she is going up against her previous team. She was with Valiant Guardians last time around, ended up losing. Now she's on the winning side, and I mean, again, flawless. What more can you say about that? Have not dropped a map at all, and it is going wonderful for that entire team.
I think it's pretty ironic that we've got two Mercies on the graphic here for a team that has no mercy. I want it on record, by the way, I'm the first person in the world to ever make that joke about Mercy. Like, I want full credit for that. But, I mean, yeah, we talked about it as well. Like, you were saying Halo going up against her previous team, Valiant Guardians, and how well she knows them. And that manifested several times throughout that game, especially on Lijiang Tower when these two last played. But Valiant Guardians, as well as Halo knows them, it might be a slightly different Valiant Guardians because, hey, like you called out, look who that is in the backline. It's Aramori making her return.
Yeah, it's not going to be Aspen. Kuropi going to stay in on that main support role, but I always going to give shoutouts to Moving Fish. Again, one of my favorite players in Collegiate. They are one of the best tanks you can find, and I think especially for a Sigma meta, definitely in the right place at the right time, has done amazing things with Redbirds and will continue to do amazing things here on the Valiant Guardians. And then Whis, again, this DPS hit scan phenomenon. I think one of the biggest matchups is going to be Whis versus Snozzler today.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, Wisps and Snozzler, depending on who ends up being the Bastion player, if they do try to play Bastion, because we've seen some, other looks from Valiant Guardians coming out, especially on Control. Like, we saw, the Pharmacy with, the Doomfist coming out from this roster before. So that's going to be something that might be very interesting. But, like you said, Wisps and Snozzler, who is going to be getting the better of that exchange? Snozzler has looked phenomenal on the Bastion, especially today. They seem a pretty insurmountable task for any DPS player to go blow for blow with, but we'll see if Valiant Guardians have what it takes. I am interested in the sniper versus moving fish back and forth because, again, all of the tanks and calling all heroes are so sick. I can't stress that enough. Somehow we just have some of the most phenomenal tank players that the scene has to offer, all on display right here. And going back and forth it's been phenomenal. We've seen what Sniper is capable of. We've seen last weekend what Moving Fish is capable of, but can they one-up that, step up, and surpass Sniper in this exchange? We will have to see. Control is going to be where we kick things off, and I don't know if we have the map choice yet for them, but, I mean, let's, just going on past history, Lijiang Tower, right? That was pretty close when these two teams went at it.
Yeah, I think you're probably going to go for Antarctic Peninsula again if you're watching a Timeless, seeing how well your comp will work the last time around. There it is. Guess. All right. I actually didn't know. I swear. I didn't read any of the production's notes. I was just guessing, but it just worked, right? Like, you want to go with the hot hand, and this is the best map that's going to work in your favor. It was, there's one map that was a little bit close, Icebreaker, a little bit back and forth in that last series against Trainers, but Labs was just dominant, showing from beginning to end, 100-0, and you just want to go back to that. Why would you go away from it when it worked so well the first time?
And I think this is a good pick because we talked, I brought up the Doomfist Pharmacy composition that we did see from Valiant Guardians on Lijiang Tower last time around. Don't give them that. Don't give them that advantage. Don't let them play that. Go instead with something where it's like, no, you are going to play something grounded where we have the full advantage, where we are just better on this Sigma mirror, and you can try and counterpick us with a Rhine or with a Junker Queen, but we just showed you that that doesn't work for the best Junker Queen in Calling All Heroes, so why would it work for you? We'll have to find out.
I really wanted to see that Pharmacy more in that last matchup too. It seems like on Lijiang Tower, that was like the one edge they had, was that it was a big surprise to see that come out into this sort of meta where it's very Sigma based. I mean, we still see some Widow, some Ashe here and there, but it seems like there really wasn't anything that Washington Timeless had prepared to counter something like that. But then when they went to the other submaps in Lijiang Tower, they went back to kind of this default meta Sigma, and it just didn't really work out the way they wanted it to. Here, I feel like there's even less chances for something like that. I think a Pharmacy would be very rare on this map. Maybe you could run it here on Icebreaker because, there's no ceiling. You can fly up pretty high, but like Labs is open. Like there's no ceiling. There's just a sky. And I still think that is like really difficult because there's a lot of high ground you can play on.
You're not getting away with that on sub-level though.
Absolutely not. I mean, that ceiling is going to punish you so much. So definitely not going to happen on sub-level. I don't expect it really at all, even when I'm saying like it's better here. I don't think it's really good in general. They could try to throw out something sneaky again, maybe another sort of cheese composition that is not expected on the side of Washington Timeless. You need any edge you can get. Like, these surprises, if you can win that first fight, roll with it.
When we say it's possible to play Pharmacy on Icebreaker, we say that in the way that, like, slurping mayonnaise through a straw is possible. It's possible, but it's disgusting. It's disgusting and also very hard to do if you've ever tried. I'm not saying I have, and I'm not going to admit to anything. CIA can't waterboard that out of me. But yeah, no, looking at the comps that we're seeing, it's looking a lot more grounded, like we were saying. No flyers in the sky today.
I think the most interesting thing here is if HK decides to stay on this Torbjorn. I do believe we did see this last time as well. It doesn't look like we're going to see it, though. Going to go to the May, so it's going to be the stock standard across the board. No surprises in store for Valiant Guardians this time around. But as we talked about, Armory is going to be in this lineup on that Baptiste, doing a lot of healing and damage. That could be the difference maker, and that could be what sets Valiant Guardians apart this time around in their rematch from the Swiss stage against Washington Timeless.
Looks like Valiant Guardians are going to take a more outside approach. This does give Washington Timeless a little bit of control over the point, meaning that Valiant Guardians have to go through them if they want to get to the point. And Snozzler going to go ahead and put the turret form down, but cancels out of it, so that might be actually a pretty solid go button for Valiant Guardians, and they are actually going to take a little bit of positioning and force Washington Timeless to play split. The walls from both Chloe and Chisato are sectioning off the enemy tanks there, but it's Snozzler getting the better of Wisps and Sniper with the follow-up. It's that Bastion head-to-head that you called out that ends up being the first blood in this fight, and Washington Timeless, they've already capped the point, and this fight is still going on as the members of Valiant Guardians slowly bleed out.
And that's the thing for Washington Timeless. You already took the objective, so this is just gravy on top of the point cap. You're saying, yeah, give us more ultimates. Yeah, stagger yourself out more. Haley already has a sound barrier. What is this? That is one of the most expensive and most difficult ultimates to build up in the game. This is why Haley used to be in Overwatch League. This is insane, and that could be a huge difference maker here if someone falls low on the side of Washington Timeless. That could be a fight-winning ultimate right off the bat.
Full credit to Caro, he's almost got one as well, but almost means that there's a window for Washington Timeless to go in with this Gravitic Flux without worrying about the sound barrier, but now it's online and Caro can clap back with it for free if he should so choose. But it looks like Valiant Guardians are actually choosing caution. They're going to play a little bit more slowly. There's that sound barrier coming out from both sides, as a matter of fact. Gravitic Flux from Moving Fish, and Sniper is very low. That should be the kill confirmed. And Valiant Guardians, despite losing H-Key, are finally coming out ahead in the fight. They're going to clean up Z-Man, and that should be it. They've cleaned up all the members of Washington Timeless, but they're actually a little slow to physically capture the point right now.
Yeah, this is still point percentage going the way of Washington Timeless. They're going to get 70 when all said and done. Haley gets a trade. So that's going to force, I believe, Arrow probably to go back, which means that Valiant Guardians isn't going to be at full strength when this fight starts off. They do have the one ult advantage. Everything else was used by Timeless in that lost fight, but they have the numbers. They could try to run into this quickly, maybe take that fight early, and Whips, like that one ultimate they have online, falling very low. So they've got to be very careful right now because they have the only ultimate on the board.
And that one ultimate is Artillery Strike, not typically a fight winner. It's usually used just to force out Immortality Field. Looks like that's what's going to happen here. Immortality Field. Actually, I don't even know if it got that much, so it just kind of bought a little bit of space for Valiant Guardians. Moving Fish gets very, very low there off the Accretion Stun from Sniper, and H-Key forced to go into the Ice Block a little bit early. I think she might be considering popping that Blizzard, but nobody is hanging around to fall victim to it. So, I mean, Valiant Guardians still holding on, but their health bars get low, and Sniper gonna make them all the lower with that Gravitic Flux, slamming Moving Fish down. H-Key does pop the Blizzard, and this is actually pretty smart. They're gonna take down Sniper, and I mean, yeah, the trades right now favoring Valiant Guardians, but they step off the point. Washington Timeless finding the flip. Snozzler puts the turret for him down, does die for it, but the fact that Washington Timeless found the flip means that this fight can keep being scrappy, and it's going to favor Washington Timeless. Wisp with the grenade to take down Z-Man, but is going to fall for it. And as the dust settles, Washington Timeless are pushing this into one fight territory. Valiant Guardians back at full strength. A nice wall there from Chloe, and a temporary armistice, albeit very temporary.
Blizzard almost ready to go. There's going to be the Artillery Strike right away. They're going to throw it down, try to force out this lamp, this Immortality Field, but it's not going to be done. It's actually going to get the elimination!
Oh, that is catastrophic. That means you only have the Lucio healing, and that is not going to be enough, especially when the other team's got overhealth. The beat from Haley is going to be the drum that Washington Timeless march to. The battle drums as they charge forward, take the point, and a little bit of a misstep there for Valiant Guardians to flip it at all. If they hadn't given it up in the previous fight, you got to imagine they would have had at least one more chance to recontest, but that just got stolen right out from under them.
Not as dominant as Washington Timeless had on their last go-around here on stream for Laz, but still a map win, a round win, excuse me, nonetheless. The big thing that I've noticed is it seems like Washington Timeless forced their opponents into this very scrappy style of fighting where it's all over the place, and that's where they thrive. That we saw it in their series against Drainers, we're seeing it here against Valiant Guardians, where they are forcing their opponents to use ultimates in fights they don't really want to. They're splitting them up. It's all over the place, but Washington Timeless, they are the ones thriving in the chaos regardless. They are consistently coming out on top of these crazy engagements, and now they are just one round away from taking this map once more.
Calm under pressure, thriving in the chaos. That has been Washington Timeless's MO. Valiant Guardians gonna have to sow a little bit more chaos if they want to make Washington Timeless sweat, and they're gonna go ahead and do essentially what Washington Timeless did in the last one, position themselves where they have control over the point, and Washington Timeless have to go through them to get their feet onto the point there. And it looks like Sniper is up to the task, just going to push forward. Ice Block forced out from H-Key, and she's not able to live. Actually, the pressure does come out, and gets forced out there, pressured off and split from the rest of her team. And despite the damage coming out from Valiant Guardians onto Washington Timeless, it's looking like Washington Timeless are going to do just that. They go right through Valiant Guardians, capture the point, make the bodies hit the floor, and they are on the board.
Another point capture before the fight is finally finished. It's not as big of a stagger this time, but it's still a late kill nonetheless. Airmore is just finally coming up now from spawn. They're so good at playing the objective and getting eliminations. I've seen them so many times lose fights where they still hold possession for so long that they get down to final fight territory. Like, what can't Washington Timeless do correctly, honestly? Like, I keep saying I want them to lose just because I don't want a golden, like, victory, but they do lose at least one here in this fight.
I mean, yeah, you do ask what they can't do correctly, and apparently that keeps Snozzler alive in this fight. Sniper gonna go ahead and try and stifle the pressure here. The wall comes out from Aramori, but it's a little bit crooked. I think they want to try and take angles on both sides here, and they do have Sniper split off. We'll see if they're able to punish that. It looks like they are going to, but Chloe tosses in the Blizzard, but I think it got cut up by the wall there. It's not gonna be enough. Despite that, Sniper's still alive. Gravitic Flux comes out from Moving Fish. An accretion onto Whips is gonna force Karo's sound barrier out, and Valiant Guardians do flip the point as Washington Timeless, they fall back, and again, a very temporary armistice.
Yeah, that's one of the times that they actually did not play the objective very well, but they're still playing this. They're still trying to get some sort of fight advantage here. It's going to force that artillery strike, but they lose H-Key in the meantime.
Yeah, and she was in the middle of popping the Blizzard. I don't know if that actually went off. I think Halo might have like Ajaxed, or Majaxed rather, and Wisp gonna take down Z-Man. It's back and forth both ways, but Valiant Guardians have conceded control of the point again to Washington Timeless, and the last vestiges, that being Karo, trying to get out alive.
Majax, I love that. We got to use that more often. CB coined it. If you ever use it in a broadcast, it was a CB original. But yeah, I don't think it went off. I'm pretty sure she died before it actually was on the field of play. So 2 ultimates from the DPS side of Valiant Guardians, neither finding anything. The point flipped again before the fight actually ends. Washington Timeless, they're looking at a last fight scenario. They're going to use the Grid Flux right away, and they've done so much damage already.
Yeah, Wisp is not living through that one. The Immortality Field did come out, but I think it was just a little bit too awkward there where everybody landed, and they might as well have landed in their graves, because that's where Sniper and Snozzler have put them. A late stagger there onto Moving Fish with only 10% left. Karo is lurking, but Valiant Guardians, yeah, they're not going to get the touch here if Washington Timeless have anything to say about it. Karo actually does get a couple of toenails on the point there, but that's about it. H-Key gonna fall. The window damage is just too much, and yeah, Aramori can pop hers, but that's not going to get you on the point, my dear, and that should be Washington Timeless cleaning this one up with a token Doomfist resistance from Moving Fish. Valiant Guardians fall on control 2-0.
What a showing. It's not 100-0 like we saw it last time, but still just absolute dominance, especially here on Icebreaker. Besides giving up the point when the fight wasn't over, they did everything correct. In fact, that actually might have been the right call. They forced out some ultimates during that fight from the opposing side. They get positioning once again, and then they ended up still winning that engagement when all was said and done. So just like objective play, again, is the name of the game. You can, I mean, technically you could win a map without ever getting elimination. It would be very difficult, and the other team would have to like not have their mouse, keyboard, or monitor on, but the objective is always going to be first and foremost what you're playing for, and there they play it to perfection. Starting off just like they did on the last time they played Antarctic Peninsula. It's a 2-0 win.
I would love to see a team win a control point with the pacifist run, but Washington Timeless are definitely not pacifists. They, like you said, they thrive in the chaos. They create a war zone around them, and they control the tempo. They are the harbingers of destruction. No matter what chaos you try to bring, be it some errant blizzards coming out from H-Key, some big slams that may have come out from Moving Fish, and even the difference maker Aramori that we talked about wasn't enough to slow down Washington Timeless. They still hold on to that flawless record, still have not dropped a map, but the ball is no longer in their court, as now Valiant Guardians, having dropped this map, loser's map pick, they get to choose where we go for hybrid next.
Yeah, absolutely, and I would suggest they don't go to Midtown. I don't want to see us go there again. It seems like Washington Timeless know that map through and through. I want to see them maybe placed out of their zone. I mean, we talk about Nambani. That one, if I believe, I have to remember correctly, it was a week ago, like so much just happened this week, but I do think that went to extra rounds. If I remember it correctly, like that was a pretty close map. And I think it came down to just at the end of the day, Washington Timeless played it a little bit better. And if I'm wrong, I mean, you can flame me chat for that. Go watch the VOD. You can see it yourself. But that's where they went last time. It was a Washington Justice win. So, or Washington Timeless, not Washington Justice. So, I mean, maybe you go to the last map in the pool that you and I have not seen at all yet.
Maybe, but I mean, you know, we are at least again guaranteed to get a little bit of flashpoint here, but Sniper, I mean, right now, okay, the meta seems to be trending mostly towards Sigma across all of competitive Overwatch, from tier 1 all the way down to like the lowest vestiges of it. Everybody sees what Florida Mayhem did in the grand finals, and that means right here for Calling All Heroes, you're gonna have some of the best Sigmas in the game, like Sniper, getting the better of their opponents time and time again. And you can see that in the stats here. Only 2 deaths the whole time. That's kind of crazy for a tank. It does mean that your healers are doing a lot of work. And there were even some times where it looked like Sniper was out of position and Valiant Guardians wanted to go for the punish, but Halo was there, Z-Man was there, Immortality Fields, all of the healing. Sniper never thoroughly got punished for that play. And when you can't punish the enemy Sigma and the enemy Sigma is as good as Sniper, you're as good as dead.
And I think it's important to note also, this is on the previous patch. This is not on the Sombra rework patch. This is not with the Samoa patch that just dropped a few days ago. So, I mean, you see what happened before. You saw that it worked last week when you ran it yourself. So you're just going to keep running the same thing over and over again. I mean, we've seen a few variations. We saw in the last series that they can swap things up with the DPS lineup. We saw the Bun Widowmaker, which was a treat to say the least. But the Sigma Sniper has always been that stalwart front line that they need. And again, like when you see how their supports are playing, how could you play anything else? Because as we saw, Sniper died only twice. That is incredible for a meta where Bastion is just mowing you down.
I mean, so both of these tank players, by the way, Sniper and Moving Fish, historically on some of their contenders and collegiate and various teams throughout the scenes that they've been on, they have been the off-tank player, which previously in dive metas meant you come in on Circuit Royale to play Sigma. So it's like their signature hero for both of them. Moving Fish is showing a little bit more diversity, but Sniper is just showing more dominance when it comes to Sigma, and I think that is one of the many reasons that Washington Timeless have been so successful thus far. I mean, we can point out any member of their team. We keep pointing out Bun, we keep pointing out Halo. This team is just top tier across the board, but going up against somebody like Moving Fish, who has that similar pedigree of being the Sigma specialist for a team, is very telling. Coming out ahead in that 1v1 for Sniper is very telling. Is there a Sigma in Calling All Heroes that can dethrone Sniper? We will have to see. So far, the answer has been no.
We're going to have to see if they can go for that dethroning play on Midtown. I was wrong. I mean, at least it's not what I would have chosen. Like,
what is it about Midtown? What happened in Numbani, chat? I thought we were all in on Numbani last week. What happened?
And that's the thing. I wanted to say this. We have had the same hybrid map like through both weekends. Like it was Numbani the entire time we broadcasted last week. It's Midtown the entire time we broadcasted this week. It seems like the map picks just keep switching week to week, but I'm a bit surprised honestly about this from Valiant Guardians because we just saw what Washington Timeless could do. And I mean they haven't lost a map yet, so they're at least 2-0 on this map for the two series that we've seen them on broadcast. So this feels like I would have loved to see an Eichenwald, honestly. Eichenwald is the last map in this pool. I'm not sure if Eichenwald's been played at all. At least we haven't seen it. I think it might have been played once last week with K-Wing and Billy when they were casting, but it seems like no one wants to go to that. Maybe no one's comfortable on it. Instead, it's been Numbani in Midtown, and Midtown feels like a place that Washington Timeless just know too well.
I think people don't want to pick Eichenwald because as the attacker trying to play into this meta, it's just too difficult. Like, Eichenwald's weird, right? Like, the first map feels very brawl heavy where you'll see a lot of Sigma, you'll see a lot of Orisa. Point B feels like you kind of need like something divey in order to try and crack the defense, especially if they are playing a Sigma on the high ground. But then it's like, if you play Winston into a Bastion, you're going to drive yourself into the loony bin in no time flat. Like, it just isn't going to be a fun time at all. So that makes sense why we're seeing so much Numbani and why we're seeing so much Midtown, because Midtown is easily the brawliest of the three. Like, we have this high ground on the second point that you can see over here overlooking Streets phase, but point B and point A are both very, very brawl heavy, and that's kind of that Venn diagram that Sigma likes to live, right? That intersection of controlling high ground and brawling it out, especially with the Mei Bastion compositions that we've been seeing everybody favoring, especially Washington Timeless. Can I get an Owo in the chat?
We got the Owo back once again. Some meows as well. I know there's been a few meows today here and there. I think the biggest thing about this is that traditionally Sigma, as you said, like is an off tank. In the previous meta is a double shield. The rest would be the main tank. Very fun meta. Everyone loved it, obviously. But the big thing now is like even in Overwatch 2, when we like saw this pick on Casino Royale in the past, or Circuit Royale, excuse me.
Casino Royale is a James Bond movie. Very good.
It's a very good one. Yeah, I always think of that for some reason. No.
Shout out to Matt
similarity,
Mickelson, by the way.
But the big thing is that it's always been kind of like that poke comp, like Baptiste, Zenyatta, maybe double sniper. But this new meta is that hybrid of where you just want to run in with the Sigma. You want to play brawl straight up in their face. And Midtown lets you do that for a lot of it. There is that high ground that you sometimes have to contest, but other than that, like it's literally just two teams smashing into each other, just like you would have a Reinhardt, just like you would have a Junker Queen.
Caution, low clearance. I have it on good authority that Moving Fish is actually 11 foot 4 inches, a very tall gaming warlord, so that's going to make that choke all the more difficult to try and get through. Washington Timeless actually conceding a fair bit of ground just for the sake of holding the angles and not letting Valiant Guardians get through, as the two teams just kind of jockey for position here. Moving Fish actually going to make a pretty big rotation around on their left-hand side there, and suddenly Washington Timeless are being slowly forced up the stairs. The Immortality forced out as the Accretion went out onto Moving Fish, and Valiant Guardians, I mean, they dipped their toes in the water, but it seems a little bit too cold. They have to jump back out.
Well, very close. The Immortality Field had to be thrown up by Z-Man as well to make sure that Sniper and Snozzer could stay alive after that wall came up and almost sectioned them off from the rest of the team. Now both teams, or at least one team, Aramori, already has that Ant Matrix, and it's going to help catch out Haley.
Yeah, that Bastion Grenade, I still don't know why it hasn't been nerfed, and I'm sure Haley's going to be wishing for a nerf right now, but through an Ant Matrix, I don't think it makes all the difference. Z-Man going to fall as well, and without a healer to your name, the point is surely going to go in favor of Valiant Guardians. That's a great play there from Aramori, and a great follow-up from Wisps.
And that is going to be a very quick first point take. No C9 necessary for that one. Just outright win the fight. 5 minutes on the clock, and this might be exactly why Valiant Guardians picked this map. They had a very smart rotation. They waited for the Ant Matrix to be built up. They used it in a great spot that helped get that initial pick, and the Bastion Grenade through the Ant Matrix is just instant depth that hits anyone. It does so much more damage because of that increased damage threshold that Amplification Matrix gives you.
I mean, speaking of instant death, this might be it for Valiant Guardians. There's that Immortality Field, but it's not enough to save Moving Fish. A huge Gravitic Flux from Sniper, and the follow-up is absolutely there. And as quickly as they cap the point, Valiant Guardians are now going to lose control of it. Washington and Timeless are taking all of that space right back.
This first fight on second point seems so difficult just because of the high ground advantage you have as a defender. It's not just the far back over the bridge, it's also this kind of like scaffolding to the right side that we've seen a few teams try to set up on, or at least hold on to as the cart moves forward. And Washington Timeless, they played that before, they played like that again, and they are not afraid to play it more in the face of Valiant Guardians instead of getting them all this free room. The good news for Valiant Guardians though, they're going to have an entire ult bank, an ult apocalypse as you will, as they go in through this.
There's the artillery strike coming out. A lot of ults actually being popped. Both Blizzards comes out. Sound barrier from Karo to try and keep the team alive. Haley going to respond in kind with one of her own, but Haley, oh, H-Key gets a little bit melted down there by Snozler. The artillery strike gonna come out from Wisp, but a great grenade jump there from Snozler to avoid the damage there. And Valiant Guardians, they haven't been able to find a way through the door. By the way, Washington Timeless are not playing the high ground, chat. They are playing forward. They want to try and control the choke and not even let Valiant Guardians touch the point.
This is worst case scenario for Valiant Guardians. They still have 3.5 minutes, but they used everything there and they got nothing for it. They have to build up an entire ult economy once again after having a full ult bank. They can't catch out Sniper. It was a forced Immortality Field from Z-Man to keep them alive, as well as some shenanigans of the wall that they had to get through. But Washington Timeless, like you said, they are holding so aggressively, and Valiant Guardians have not been able to find a way to break through.
Sniper has another Gravitic Flux if they need it, and they are going to indeed pop it, and there's no tool. There's only the Immortality Field from Aramori, and again, Moving Fish does not get caught in it, and Sniper with a nice 2K. The wall from Bun is phenomenal, and I mean, again, off the back of these Gravitic Fluxes, Washington Timeless continue to hold ground, and Valiant Guardians haven't even sniffed the payload in about 3 minutes.
The wall from Bun again. These are just insane. There, it cuts off the line of sight of the Immortality Field. There's no chance for Moving Fish to survive through all of that damage, and the rest of the team isn't there to break the wall in time. Just amazing team play from Washington Timeless. They are going to get pressured out just a little bit. It's a split approach this time for Valiant Guardians, and at least finally they're able to touch the cart once more, but can they do anything more than that?
Once again, Washington Timeless, they bend, but then they snap right back. There's that Ant Matrix coming out from Z-Man, an artillery strike from Whiffs, and the Gravitic Flux. Haley is there with the sound barrier to try and stifle all of the damage. Chloe does get caught out there though, so finally, the big playmaker, the walls now no longer a factor. Valiant Guardians can break the walls down, charge on forward, up onto this high ground. Snozler pops the artillery strike, catches out Karo, but is going to pay for it. And I think that might even be an acceptable loss there, but Wisps is not, because now they don't really have the means to both push the cart and control the high ground at the same time.
No, they do not, and it looks like Valiant Guardians, for the meantime, have decided to back off the high ground, try to get more cart progress. Actually, it backed off completely for the time being. I think they're trying to go for a full team reset and then re-engage on the high ground. They're giving up valuable time. They're giving up what could have been possible progress. I mean, they only have 1.5 minutes left. They lose this fight. They only have 1, maybe 2 fights more if they're lucky. And this cart is just not moving at all.
There's the sound barrier from Karo to respond to that blizzard, and HK's still caught in it though. She might fall. She's able to cling with a sliver of health. The immortality field saves her life there. She's able to clap back with one of her own, but Sniper has another gravitic flux, and there's no sound barrier now to stop it. HK is finally stifled, but Sniper stuck in a corner, put in timeout. Karo going to dish out the beating and put Sniper down there, and I mean, it's scrappy. It's trades for trades. Are Mori gonna fall? Valiant Guardians with only a minute left. This fight needed to be decisive. Washington Timeless, they've made it scrappy and they've bought themselves more time. They're still control of the high ground. Valiant Guardians can't break through here, and they need to find something, and they're almost entirely out of ults to do it.
They really needed to play the cart there. I'm very confused on the decision making. Yeah, Sniper gets the accretion of a lifetime, and now more time is going to be off the clock. Valiant Guardians are getting run through right now, and it all comes down to the fact that they didn't get cart movement. The Ant Matrix being used as well in a lost fight. They will have an artillery strike. They will have a Gravitic Flux, but I just really wish they had played that low ground. They should have kept moving the cart. I don't know why they let Washington Timeless retake the high ground for free.
I mean, look at how far forward Washington Timeless are playing. They're once again going to this choke. The artillery strike is going to force them back just a little bit, and Snozzler actually doesn't get all the healing. There was no immortality field that time. That might have been a small mistake there from Z-Man to try and hold on to that. Sound barrier comes out from Haley and it's forced out, but the Ant Matrix melts down Moving Fish, and it looks like it's going to be all Washington Timeless yet again, despite the heroic play there, despite that artillery strike from Wisp. Karo with a little bit of a sound barrier to try and keep himself alive, but it's not going to be enough. It's all for naught. The cart will stop underneath the overpass. Washington Timeless with a beautiful point B hold. They are so dominant and so in control all of the time.
They are down, but they are never out. 4v5, it doesn't even matter. Just use both support ultimates to sustain, to get more damage done, and just wipe Moving Fish off the face of the earth there. Even with his their grasp out, just could not get the job done there. And it's so unfortunate for Valiant Guardians because I really think there was an opportunity for them to get more progress. I harped on it before. I'm going to harp on it once more here. I just feel like positionally wise, they misplayed one of those last fights when they had a minute and a half left. I understand that they were down members, so they were trying to get that full team recontest. But once they got that recontest, you got to play the cart. You got to keep getting that progress. The high ground doesn't matter if you're already underneath where it is. They had the tunnel. They were in the middle of it, and they never got to move past where the cart finally is, where you could see where it was just a few moments ago. That was where it stopped when they went for the regroup. And Washington Timeless, once they got that high ground, they never gave it up. They were given a gift, and it was the gift that kept on giving in those last few fights.
I mean, speaking of gifts, it feels like Sniper is getting gifts from the heavens with all of these gravitic fluxes, but that's not actually the case. It's because they're putting out so much damage, and of course, Z-Man and Haley are doing so much healing to keep that aggression up so Sniper can build the gravitic fluxes. All the healing means more sound barriers, means more amplification matrices, and every time Sniper pops a gravitic flux, somebody dies because the DPS are playing around that ultimate ability so well. Washington Timeless feel like pieces of a puzzle playing around each other so well. They are one cohesive picture, and Valiant Guardians have yet to find a way to break it up. They have yet to find a way in. They have found ways to make them bleed just a little bit and to take a little bit of space, but it hasn't been enough to take the entirety of the point, and now they have to full hold here at the choke, and it looks like they're off to a pretty solid start there, but the wall from Chloe, say it with me, chat, once again, sections everybody off, and yep, Wisps is going to fall. Snozzler just melts down the enemy bastion, and yeah, I mean, Valiant Guardians, they've already crumbled. Washington Timeless are already on the point, and Guardians have no say in the matter.
And they're chasing for these eliminations. They do not want this recontest to come out at all. A nice ice block to keep them alive. It doesn't look like they'll get that kill. They do! Snozzler with the grenade from downtown, and they'll follow up onto Kiro. They are going for the spawn camp right now. That objective, it's gonna take a while as Haley's just gonna, play some tunes. Gonna DJ right now on the Lucio. So it's gonna take a bit to get that point, a little bit slower than it would be if they were on it, but the positioning that Washington Timeless are getting right now, this is incredible. They are not letting this pressure down. They're continuously pushing into Valiant Guardians, and Guardians, they are faltering, but they do get Chloe.
Yeah, Chloe went a little bit too aggressive there and got caught out, and this is great for Valiant Guardians because it means that they can try and control this high ground, and they do just that. They take down Z-Man, but 5 minutes on the clock to try and do exactly what Valiant Guardians did, but better, is their task at hand.
But this is exactly where Valiant Guardians themselves got stopped, right? This is, especially winning that first fight, I like the idea from Timeless. They're trying to take that aggressive positioning, but Chloe just got pincered. The rest of Valiant Guardians says, hey, there's a Mei here. Let's just swarm her, take her down, and that's exactly what they did. They're now going to hold the same positioning that Timeless did themselves, and they have the ultimate advantage. There was already an Ant Matrix that was used early on in that lost fight that won't be online for just a little bit. So Valiant Guardians, knowing they have that ult advantage, they are going to play much more aggressively, and they might actually catch up Z-Man.
Oh, they absolutely are. The immortality field, though, might be enough to keep Z-Man alive. It is not. HK is there with the follow-up, and here comes Whiffs with that Ant Matrix assist there to pump out all of the damage. And it seems like Valiant Guardians, despite having to invest that sound barrier to keep everybody alive through the artillery strike, are going to sustain here. And I thought for sure that it was going to be the Gravitic Flux that came out from Moving Fish, because they had it early, but they didn't even need to. They just caught Z-Man out.
This might be the stagger of a
Sniper,
lifetime.
where are you going?
Yeah, Sniper's all the way behind them. I mean, the rest of the team is cut off. They could just run in. They're going to run in with the Blizzard. Doesn't find anything just yet, but there it goes, Chloe. Oh, this is... I mean, they get the trade, I guess, but Sniper's still not anywhere near the team.
I mean, Sniper has now found themselves into a duel with Karo, but everyone else now knows Sniper's whereabouts, and they're going to do a lot about it.
Gravitic?
Hello? What Gravitic Flux gets canceled by the accretion there. I don't know about that play there, Sniper, but... I mean, the rest of the team is there. They're able to stay alive. They're going to take down HK
How do they
and
win
Karo.
this?
How?
What?
There is no shot, Washington Timeless win this fight. What? Are you kidding me?
They can't keep getting away with it, CB. How did they keep doing this every single freaking time? They should not win these. They're at such big number disadvantages, and Sniper should have not been able to live that long. They are just left alone. Valiant Guardians don't think that it's an issue, that there's a Sigma behind them, and they win that one out. The cart, it's still moving. They might just get the capture.
Yeah, someone has to try and touch. That's a great artillery strike to take down Chloe. The cart, okay, Moving Fish is down there. They have their Gravitic Flux, but once again, it looks like they're not going to need it, but I'm starting to get concerned with how long Moving Fish has held on to this Gravitic Flux. I feel like, you know, there's been opportunities to try and use it to win out fights there, but still holding on to it, Haley can just hold on to the sound barrier until they pop it.
Exactly, so there is still a counter for this Gravitic Flux, but there might not be one for this Blizzard that HK is not too far away from. If they use the Gravitic Flux as a way to get out the sound barrier early on and then use the Blizzard as a follow-up, it could work wonders. And this time bank is being whittled bit by bit. There's only 2.5 minutes. Remember, I mean, Washington Timeless had 5 minutes when this all started, and they are struggling just as much as Valiant Guardians did on their own attack.
Snozzler almost gets caught out there, but is able to stay alive. The healers from Washington Timeless are working overtime. Someone needs to pay them extra for all the work they're doing to keep Sniper and the rest of the gang from feeding. But I mean, it's more of a feeding frenzy. They are feasting right now, and they are pushing that cart again. Valiant Guardians are forced to drop off the high ground. There is that Gravitic Flux with the sound barrier, and there's the Blizzard to try and follow it up, and it actually freezes Sniper out of their Gravitic Flux, and this should be Valiant Guardians with the dub on this fight. They're able to hold on just a little bit longer.
It went exactly how I thought it would. You use the Blizzard at the end. Chloe's gonna use their own Blizzard. A few members are weak, but the immortality field.
The shield
too.
Fish.
Oh, this is not looking good for Washington Timeless. We've talked about how good they are in these clutch, scrappy scenarios, but they're 2 ultimates down the drain, not able to find anything with them, and now they're down to a minute.
That's 4 ultimates down the drain. That's 4.
Yeah, this is the most desperate they've looked. This is the most, I would say, in the dirt we've seen them. This is the most likely loss they might have, but they are continuing to move this cart. And again, it's gonna have to be contested.
How does Karo use this sound barrier? I mean, he's on the low ground just trying to contest right now, so here comes the artillery strike from Snozzler. Sniper takes down HK early. That is really, really bad. Karo is gonna have to be forced to make a decision here, and it's time. It's crunch time. Here comes the Blizzard, the wall to stop Wisp from pushing forward. The rest of Washington Timeless are lurking up on the ceiling, and they are going to drop down from the attic, from the top rope, on top of Wisp, who's able to stabilize and pop the artillery strike, and it's gonna pop it, rain death all over the point. Snozzler's going to fall. HK is back on the Soldier 76, and Valiant Guardians, despite all odds, are still holding strong here. They've lost Moving Fish though, so their grip is loosening. Washington Timeless, they're gonna use the Ant Matrix to pump out a little bit more damage. Karo can't poke his head out. He's just stuck in this little choke here, hoping that the passive healing is enough, and it looks like for now it is. Only 12 seconds left. Haley gonna go ahead and pop the sound barrier. Here comes a Gravitic Flux from Sniper, and there is nothing that is gonna stop all of this damage. There's nothing left in the tank for Valiant Guardians as Washington Timeless Timeless. They punch their ticket, and at the midnight hour, they are able to get that cap there. It was so close, but they go up 2-0. We're not done. We still have another map in this series.
They can bend, but they don't break. Washington Timeless again in that final hour, as you said, find the ultimates they need, the sound barrier, the gravitic flux, all come out just in the nick of time. And these fights, again, they were down members when they all started, and they just keep throwing bodies at the point. They're able to swap who's on the point well enough. They have an amp matrix that also helps them sustain throughout all of that. But it looks like what could be a Valiant Guardians win, what could be a 1-1 series, is once again Washington Timeless going up 2-0, one away from punching their ticket to the grand finals, one step away from being back-to-back champions if they're able to get there. And it was so close, but they get it done every single time.
And both of these teams are scrappier than Scooby-Doo's nephew. And I mean, you keep talking about it like how they just throw bodies at the point, throw ultimates at fights that they shouldn't win. And both teams are privy to that, but Washington Timeless just have they have a lucky rabbit's foot or something. There is a guardian angel, someone looking out for them so that they are able to come up ahead every time. And in the neutral fight, when, you know, both teams are playing more optimally, it's, again, Washington Timeless that come up ahead. Almost every time Sniper has a gravitic flux, somebody dies because of it. Sure, a couple of times it's Sniper that dies because of it, but when it's not, it's usually 2 to 3 members of Valiant Guardians. And that's because Washington Timeless, again, like I was saying, play around each other so well. They understand their win conditions and how to execute them, and boy oh boy, are their executions.
I mean, as long as there isn't an accretion to stop it, or, you know, a blizzard to freeze it up, it seems like these gravitic fluxes are finding a lot of value. And one thing I want to point out, actually, that I don't think we really touched upon was that HP in that last fight had to swap to Soldier to touch the point, to get back into the swing of things. And that's a big difference maker, because that means you have no Mei. You do have the healing pad as a Soldier, but it's not necessarily the same protection where you're invulnerable like Mei has with her Ice Block. There's no wall to catch off everyone. You can see here, like, the Soldier's just trying to run away, trying to live, sustain, do anything to stay alive in that engagement, but can't do it. And I think that, like, early pick onto H-Key that made them swap to the Soldier was a really big difference maker in that last engagement.
This head-to-head right now is everything. Like I said, every single tank in Calling All Heroes is absolutely sick, especially on the Sigma, and both of these players have history as Sigma specialists. I'm loving some of the micro plays I'm seeing from Moving Fish, the accretions to stun Sniper out of Gravitic Flux, the little shield bear to save their frozen teammates from dying was everything. I'm loving that stuff, but it's just not enough to stop the macro play that we're seeing from Sniper and everyone who has coalesced around them to make this Sigma pick as effective as it is. Like I keep saying, whenever Sniper has a Gravitic Flux, someone dies. And you need that if you're going to be a successful team. You need to have that decisiveness, that win condition, and be able to execute it over and over again. And looking at the deaths, Moving Fish was executed just a few more times than Sniper was.
Look at the ultimates used, actually, because you had pointed out yourself that it seems like Moving Fish was holding on to these gravitic fluxes a lot more. Had one for like a minute and a half, something around that time bank. So like the ultimates weren't coming out as fast. Maybe trying to save it for that special occasion, maybe waiting for the sound barrier to already be committed so that way they can guarantee that it finds value. But I feel like Cyber was just throwing it out there. Like, you know, I have it. All right, we're opening the fight with it. We're going to see what we can get from this. And because of that, it allowed them to engage like more often. And as you can see, like the elimination's more in their favor because of that. So that's a big difference. I want to see Moving Fish be a bit more aggressive with that ultimate usage. You don't have to save it for a rainy day, because that rainy day might be coming sooner than later, because you're facing elimination to the lower bracket if you lose this next map.
Well, we will have to see if that is the story we have to write today, as Washington Timeless are still flawless. It was shaky and they almost had a blemish on their record. It's now or never, right? It's either they lose this, or sorry, they get reverse swept by Valiant Guardians right now, or they go to Grand Finals, just essentially for free. Valiant Guardians have to be the ones to make them bleed, and we will see if that happens. It's still Valiant Guardians map pick. We'll be right back after a quick break, chat. Don't go anywhere. Washington Timeless continue to bend, but they do not break. Are they unbreakable? We will have to see. Valiant Guardians definitely put a couple dents in their armor, but not quite a crack yet, as Washington Timeless are still flawless. Sitting at 2-0, it's Valiant Guardians map pick. They have to try and make something happen right now. Once again, it's reverse sweep or go down to the lower bracket.
You kill like 3 members of Washington Timeless and they just say, "'Tis nothing but a flesh wound," and still win the fight every single time. You can never count them out. You can never assume that the fight is won until all 5 of those members of Washington Timeless are in spawn. And Valiant Guardians, like you said, one last shot to advance to the grand finals themselves. The good news for them, lower bracket still awaits. If they end up losing this one, they could play for getting back into the grand finals, get some revenge, get a rematch of the last minor against Washington Timeless if they lose this one here. But it is going to be Flashpoint once more. Bad news for them, there's only really 2 maps you can choose from, New Junk City or Saravasa, so not a whole lot of options. And we don't know what it is just yet, as you said. I'm very curious to see what they pick here.
I'm expecting Saravasa personally. I think that might be a little bit more conducive to what we've seen. I think both of these teams are trying to lean a little bit more into the Sigma composition, but Washington Timeless, even when they frankly should not be, are getting the better of the Sigma mirror. They just have a better understanding of how to play this composition. I remember I brought it up very early on. I know we talked about it, how many gravitic fluxes Sniper is using, and part of that is because of how much damage they're doing, how quickly they're able to build to those gravitic fluxes over and over again, and also how much healing Z-Man and Haley are putting out onto Sniper. That means that they always have a sound barrier and an amp matrix and an immortality field and all the tools they could possibly want to respond to moving Fish's gravitic fluxes. Well, Kero and Aramori are a little bit further behind. That's not to say that they're playing poorly. It's not to say that there's any sort of, issue going on with either backline. Just that Washington Timeless understand their win condition, how to play this composition, and they are as cohesive as it gets. Their armor is still steadfast. Valiant Guardians have got to make a crack now.
And I think we gotta remind everyone that Haley, also known as Halo, previously was on this Valiant Guardians roster. They were on the roster for the last minor. They were dealt a blow by Washington Timeless in the last event. They ended up falling to them, and now they've joined up with this team. And you had mentioned before that it's like every member of this squad is a piece of the puzzle. I don't think Haley was the missing piece. I think she's a cheat code. I think she has just absolutely accelerated what this team can do. Again, it was only Haley and Sniper that won what was a 4v2, I think, in a fight. Everyone in Sniper was like literally in the defender's spawn on Midtown, was just all the way away from the fight, somehow gets back into it, sound barrier, gravitic flux, they win that one out. So Haley has just been a huge difference maker, and again, there's like that component of, this is my former team, I really want to beat them. I've already done it once in the Swiss stage, but this is where it matters the most in the playoffs.
I mean, she very well might do it again, might get 1 over or 3 over in a row on her old team, and I mean, again, it's their map pick. We're still waiting on them to decide. It's a 50-50 shot, like either way, like we said. Yeah, they still haven't picked a map. They're really weighing their options here. And honestly, you want to think about this because you don't have another chance at Flashpoint here. The 2 maps are very, very similar, but different in a number of ways. Saravasa, we did see plays very well into that Sigma style that both teams want to try and play. And we've seen a little bit of flexibility from Valiant Guardians, and that might favor them on New Junk City. But are they willing to take that risk? Are they willing to make that gamble? Because it paid off for them on Control last weekend, but it didn't pay off for them on Control this weekend. And outside of that, we've only seen the Sigma mirror. So what are the Guardians cooking? It looks like we aren't gonna. Yeah.
I was gonna say, we know now. I was gonna say before that I feel like New Junk City is the riskier gamble, and it's kind of like, do you play what you think they're gonna be worse at, or do you play what you think you're gonna be best at? And I'm assuming when you pick Saravasa, it's what you're best at, what you think you have the best chance on, versus what you think your opponent is gonna struggle on the most. So not surprising. You already listed all the reasons why it makes sense. It makes the most sense for this Sigma mirror. We're expecting it to be the Sigma mirror through and through. There hasn't even been like a change in the DPS. It's been basically May and Bastion the entire time, except for those emergency swaps when you're trying to touch here and there. So it's just going to be good old mirror once more. And so far, it's been Washington Timeless winning that mirror every single time.
I mean, and we saw the same thing. We saw Washington Timeless beating out Drainers on this very map. And yeah, the last point was very exciting. Despite all of the various looks that Drainers came out with, we understand now fully that no matter what you throw at Washington Timeless, they have an answer for it. And that answer is just be better at this Sigma composition. That's really all it is. Yeah, just simply play better, simply win the game, and That's it. That's really all there is to it. I mean, Sniper is so good on this Sigma. Bun has been so great with all of these Mei walls that, like, do you really even want to try anything else? You have, like, someone has to make them swap off of that composition. Someone has to force them off that meta composition, and so far, no one's been able to. And we talk about, you know, again, that matchup with Drainers, and how I talked about the triad, you know, Drainers, Valiant Guardians, Washington Timeless. Those are the three favorites that I can see. If neither of them are capable of even taking a map off of Washington Timeless, who can?
I don't know if anyone can right now. That's the honest truth. And I think also if you're watching Timeless, you're looking at this and you're like, this is exactly what we want. This is the exact same 3 maps we literally just beat Drainers on. And again, like 2 of those picks were Drainers. The last 2, Midtown and Saravasta. Valiant Guardians have fallen into the exact same trap. Now, we did see Drainers run a very different composition. They were running the Junker Queen. They were running the Rhine. But regardless of the result, it's been the same old, same old. I do see HG going for this Symmetra early on. This might just be to teleport out of spawn. It might be that they try to set up the point on this. They might try to use those turrets to force some fights. But no, that's stop. It's going to be the Genji, actually. So finally, a little bit of variety. No Mei for HG. We'll see if this can be the difference maker, maybe what gives them the edge to finally take a map away from Washington Timeless.
You have to hope, right? I mean, like, Valiant Guardians, they're already going to try and take control over the point. This should give HK a good opportunity to hit a big dash and when she sees the opportunity as they come through the choke here. But it also makes it a lot more difficult for Moving Fish to try and win out this duel when you don't have the aid of the Mei to try and, cut off the enemy at the pass here. Karo has to try and cut some players off at the pass with some boops there to keep them off the point there. Washington Timeless have started their march forward. They've already lost the Immortality field, though, and without that in their toolbox, that march is going to slow down to a brisk walk, maybe, as they just kind of chill out around the corner for a second. Chloe gets a little bit too aggressive there. That's a great dash there, but the healing is there. Snozzler does inevitably fall. Valiant Guardians take the first cap here, and Washington Timeless have already invested the Amp Matrix, and for that, they are going to get Karo. That's pretty difficult to hold without your Lucio here. Washington Timeless are once again going to bend and snap back, but actually going to take it a little bit slow here.
They're gonna mirror, or not a mirror actually, they've now swapped off of the Bastion. They don't want those bullets to be deflected back by the enemy Genji, but it's gonna be the Sojourn as well, so finally some variation in this comp, but immediately Snozzler's gonna make a difference.
And Wisp is gonna fall. Armory has to pop that Amp Matrix, but everyone just goes around it, and they're all in her face right now, and there's not enough punish there. Sniper goes super aggressive. Armory falls. There's not enough healing to sustain Moving Fish for all that much longer, and they are going to fall. Washington Timeless, I mean, off a great swap there from Snozzler, they're able to just march right in and flip the point.
There's nothing that feels worse as a Baptiste than putting your ultimate down and just having the enemy team walk through it, say, we don't even care, and then there's just nothing that can protect you. Aramori got displaced, knocked out the high ground, tried to get back up, immediately got followed up on, and from there, Valiant Guardians, they end up losing that. The good news is they have everything except for the Amplification Matrix ready to go, but the most important ultimate potentially is Haley's Sound Barrier that could counter so much of what Valiant Guardians will try to do as they re-engage here.
It looks like Karo might be forced to pop the Sound Barrier here. He's actually holding on to it. Diamond Hands just that Immortality field to try and keep everybody alive. Now Haley going to go ahead and pop hers. Karo going to follow as well as the Gravitic Flux comes out from Moving Fish, but there is no death on either side from it, and now the Amp Matrix coming out from Z-Man. It's going to slow Valiant Guardians down. HK invests the Blade and gets Snozzler for it, but not much else. The Blade gets shut down. The Amp Matrix from Z-Man is so clutch there, and Washington Timeless look primed to hold here. Chloe has a Blade of her own if she decides she needs it, but that would just be the death nail at this point, and it might not even be necessary, as all Washington Timeless have to do is bleed out time, bleed out the bodies, and suddenly there are no more bodies to contest.
Bun is just absolutely one of the best projectile players I've ever had the pleasure of casting. I'm gonna say it here, I've casted all levels of play, but Bun absolutely amazes me every time. The main plays have been astounding, but this Genji, these swaps from Washington Timeless, a game changer. They see how they lost, they immediately make the adjustment, and they don't even need the Blade there, but the constant slicing and dicing, so much extra damage that helps everyone from Washington Timeless finish off the rest of Valiant Guardians, and the fact that they get a retake and a first point capture after giving up almost 70% initially, amazing turnaround.
A retake, a first point capture, and they have 2 DPS ultimates, and nearly another Gravitic Flux going into the second point here, and they have control over it, and they have HK's head on a pike right now. So Washington Timeless, they got everything they can possibly want. What do you get for the team that has everything? Aramori gonna give them an Amp Matrix, but it looks like they kept the gift receipt as they don't want any of it. They just sit pretty on the point. They don't have to face check that.
Yeah, it's a return, but this Gravitic Flux, it doesn't hit anyone.
Oh, the Gravitic Flux from Moving Fish just completely whiffs, and sure, they take down Snozzler there. The accretion to try and stop Sniper's Gravitic Flux whiffs as well, and typically when Sniper pops that pops that Gravitic Flux, death will follow. Caro with the sound barrier to try and prevent that as Chloe pops the blade, a sound barrier to follow as well coming out from Haley, and Valiant Guardians have now run the coffers completely dry. They don't have any more tools to try and crack this, and there's still an Amp Matrix for the side of Washington Timeless if Z-Man decides to pop it, but will they even need it? I mean, Washington Timeless once again can just bleed out time, play the clock, play the angles, force Valiant Guardians to make a mistake. Aramori has an Amp Matrix of her own, but Z-Man gonna go ahead and pop theirs, and Haley's gonna fall. Wisp with a huge headshot there. Suddenly it's Washington Timeless on the back foot as Valiant Guardians are in the driver's seat. They can go aggressive, and Washington Timeless, they're just keeping their feet on the point to try and build up more percentage, lead out more time, but the flip will inevitably come through once they deal with Chloe here, and yeah, she's dispatched. Finally, Valiant Guardians get themselves in.
Sign of life, and immediately Sniper answers back. Is this going to be what we've seen so many times, where it feels like Valiant Guardians should win this out when they have the numbers advantage, and then they just go too far forward? They just don't have the numbers in the places that they need them to be. So far, so good. The blade gonna be used now by HG. It has not found anything, but there it is, a double, but Chloe's able to trade it out.
I mean, that's great that they're able to trade it out there, but I mean, Valiant Guardians, they still got way more than they could have bargained for. Both backliners for a blade, you take that every day of the week, and that's going to help them tick up the percentage to hopefully match the 90% advantage that Washington Timeless currently have.
Absolutely, and the fact that they're finally getting some time is huge. This could actually be last fight territory. If Valiant Guardians can close this out, they should be able to take this point.
Sniper's already got another Gravitic Flux, and they might be looking to use it if they even need it. There's that Immortality Field, and with that already out, huge accretion from Moving Fish to shut it down. No deaths on this day. Valiant Guardians, they're able to weather the storm. Wisp comes back with the overclock, looking for a head to shoot with it. Amp Matrix comes out, so they're going to all want to back out here as Valiant Guardians, they get this into overtime. Sniper falls, though. Caro, it's traded out of support for a tank. I think this favors Valiant Guardians, but it puts a lot of weight on Aramori's shoulders. Here comes that Gravitic Flux from Moving Fish, and that is going to be Valiant Guardians taking the point here on Servasa, putting us at 1-1.
Signs of life, and this is the time to show it. You talked about before, do or die in this series. You lose this, it's down to the lower bracket. You don't want to give this team anything more than Washington Timeless already has gotten. Not only that, but again, the flawless run could come to an end here if Valiant Guardians can pull this out and force a map for alt banks basically reset, except for Washington Timeless, who have two almost ready to go. Aramori does almost have that Amp Matrix themselves. And we've seen this before. It's not the smartest idea to try to fight Washington Timeless off the point.
Amp Matrix comes out, Snozzler returning in kind with an overclock, and it seems pretty bloodless, just a couple of lamps being shut down. Like a college frat party there, but H-Key goes way too deep, actually. Snozzler gonna go ahead and take her down, and Valiant Guardians, they got a little too aggressive there, and it looks like Washington Timeless are going to win this fight, but hey, nobody was fighting anywhere near the point, so Snozzler's just gonna go ahead and make the trek over, start ticking the cap up.
I don't know what kind of parties you're going to in college, but lamps definitely broken all over the place, and Washington Timeless do come out on top once more. We saw this of trainers where they tried to fight Washington Timeless off the point. It seems like that's where Washington Timeless are in their zone. They always seem to win these fights that are kind of in the middle of the map before the point actually unlocks. They've gotten it already, but now it's going to be Valiant Guardians re-engaging.
A great block on the accretion there from Moving Fish, and Washington Timeless, despite being in control of the point, have to try and play safe because you can see Wisps has the angle here, and with Moving Fish playing so far forward, it's going to be so difficult for anyone to try and shut Wisps down. Is anyone even going to be able to? H-Key also does have the blade as well, so that might be another tool. Z-Man going to go ahead and pop the Amp Matrix, and that's going to force Valiant Guardians to scatter, just like the remains of Wisp as Snozzler with a rail shot right through it. Washington Timeless should be holding on strong here, but that fight took so long to kick up that Washington Timeless are already in one-fight territory for this point.
That might be the point in general. I think that might be it, especially with the stagger onto the Baptiste. That is so detrimental. Valiant Guardians, they had ultimates to use, but they took so long in positioning, they took so long in setting up, they never actually got to engage first. And there it is. Washington Timeless, one flashpoint away from punching their ticket to the grand finals. Everything is going their way, and sure, Valiant Guardians, they will have an entire alt bank, but Washington Timeless, they still have the sound barrier, which cancels most what Valiant Guardians are going to want to do. They have to play this smart, and they have to also not invest everything. They have to have ultimates left over for later. We've seen them use all 5 and then lose fights. They cannot do that. They can't use all 5 in general, even if they win the fight. They have to have a healthy ult economy going forward, because they lose this flashpoint, and it is done. This series is over.
If the fireworks really kick off and it all comes down to it, it might come down to Wisp with the overclock there, but Sniper gonna open things up with her Gravitic Flux. The Immortality Field from Armory is good, and she's also gonna go ahead and pop that Ant Matrix, and Wisp gonna go ahead and take down Chloe, and this is Valiant Guardians. This is value. This is an economy. They are winning this fight and taking this point with only 1 ultimate.
Yeah, it's huge. And they're also getting some saggers as well, something that's been done to them quite a bit throughout this map. Finally, they get the first cap. They keep all those ultimates except for the Ant Matrix, which is always kind of... It's pretty easy to charge up anyway, so no big deal. That is the most elegant and perfect fight that you could see from Valiant Guardians. That's exactly what they needed here.
And it's the highest value ultimate, Sniper's Gravitic Flux, that has won them so many fights that just gets completely snuffed out by Aramori. That is a great play from her, and to only use that Ant Matrix to win the fight means that now Valiant Guardians have an ult rotation starting with a Gravitic Flux of their own. Both Sojourn's gonna go ahead and pop the overclock here, with the sound barriers gonna make sure that everybody is staying nice and cool there. Moving Fish is under a lot of pressure right now. That's gonna force Chloe to pop the blade to try and press the advantage, but she's not getting a whole lot. Moving Fish pops her Gravitic Flux, takes down Sniper again, and this looks like it's Valiant Guardians' fight to win.
It looks like it's their point to win too, but Ant Matrix going to be used at the very end. Still 3 members left now. They flipped the point in all of this chaos, which... Okay. Sure, why not? The objective, and there's no recontest yet. Valiant Guardians have not tried to retake it. I think Chloe is just in the backline being an absolute menace, and no one has been able to take them down. How do they keep doing this?
I mean, they have to try and deal with that backline threat and move forward. All they need to do is win this fight and get the retake, though, but that is easier said than done. Kara with a nice pick off there onto Chloe. The backline threat has finally been dealt with, as has Snozzler, and Valiant Guardians should be able to get back in here. They have to deal with Sniper on the Doomfist here, but with their composition, it should be academic. I mean, yeah, they take down Haley, they take down Z-Man, and Valiant Guardians, they do get the point, but that was sloppy.
Oh, that was so close. You thought Washington Timeless might be able to do it again, but no, they cannot win those incredible fights out. And now we were going to our 5th and final flashpoint. Valiant Guardians are pushing Washington Timeless to the brink just like they did on Midtown. But can they finally find the edge they need? Can they finally take a map off of Washington Timeless? A feat that no one has been able to do in this tournament so far.
Valiant Guardians, they have the advantage in the one ultimate that I think matters the most right now, and that's Karo's sound barrier. He can hold on to that until Snozzler or Chloe build up to any of their DPS ults and use it to weather the storm. It has to be used wisely, though. If Karo falls, or if someone falls and doesn't get the sound barrier, it might be all over, and Washington Timeless could get first cap there. Valiant Guardians are just kind of corralled into this little area here, and they can't really get their feet on the point. They're going to rotate around to try and contest, and Washington Timeless nearly snake it out from underneath them. H-Key looking for an angle there, but Wisps gets caught out by Chloe. Sound barrier comes out from Karo. Haley was able to build up to hers, so now it is mirrored, and Valiant Guardians are once again behind the 8 ball here. Sniper, though, behind the team and gets caught out. Overclock forced out from Snozzler, and that is catastrophic. I mean, yeah, Washington Timeless, they're going to be able to find it, but they had to invest so much more heavily than they would have.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say it's a great play that they made where they forced members of Valiant Guardians to go to the point, and then when they saw that they were finally being contested for that capture, that's when they went and they all engaged and everyone that was still high ground. But it was expensive on both sides. It comes out a little bit better for Washington Timeless because they will have the Gravitic Flux. They'll have 3 ultimates to Valiant Guardians. Well, actually, they'll have 3 as well. So it feels like all things are even when all things are said and done. But I have to get the edge a little bit to Valiant Guardians. They have both DPS ultimates. They can do so much more damage right now. They just have to be quicker on the draw. They have to execute quickly, and they are starting to run out of time. It's already 60% on this final flashpoint.
I wanted to see Moving Fish go aggressive with the Gravitic Flux, but it looks like the Blade is actually going to be what comes out first. But Moving Fish gets taken down in the rail shot from Snozzler onto HK, shuts the Dragon Blade down, and that might have just been it. That might have been the death nail. There's only one more chance for anyone to touch, and Sniper wants to snuff that out. A Gravitic Flux, 2 whiffs. Can anybody touch? We're at 88%. HK swaps over onto the Tracer, but Chloe going to try and cut her off at the pass, pops the Dragon Blade, and there is no way in. Karo falls. Nobody can touch. And it was so close. Valiant Guardians had it in the palm of their hands, but Washington Timeless pull it right out from under them. Once again, winning fights they have no business winning. Finding the picks they have no business finding, but still staying flawless.
It's all about the ruthless aggression, and every time that Washington Timeless was able to show it and execute the way they wanted to, Valiant Guardians had no answers. They had the ultimates, but they didn't have the initial drive to do it. They didn't execute quickly enough. They didn't press Q first, and this is what happens when you don't do that. You lose. It's heartbreaking. It was so close on these last two maps. Valiant Guardians had a chance to win Midtown. They had a chance to win out on Saravasa and force a map 4. Stop Washington Timeless from being these menaces that they have. Stop them from having what could be potentially the perfect tournament run. They have yet to drop a map. They still have yet to drop a map. And again, we've said it so many times. Is it enough? It is not enough at the end of the day. And now Valiant Guardians are going to have to go back to the drawing board in the lower bracket.
I don't know if either of the teams actually realize how close that was. When I was saying
So
what I
close.
wanted to see Moving Fish go aggressive with that Gravitic Flux. That's because they had one and Sniper did not, but that window rapidly closed as Valiant Guardians approached. Sniper did enough damage to build up to one of theirs. And the plan, I think, was to try and go in with that Dragon Blade, but while they were trying to set up for that, Moving Fish just collapsed. You know, all the damage that came up from the Amp Matrix just melted the enemy Sigma down, and suddenly there was just no more win condition. Both of the two win conditions, the Gravitic Flux and the Dragon Blade, got quickly wiped off the field, taken off the board, and Washington Timeless no longer had to sweat. Had Moving Fish pulled the trigger on that Gravitic Flux, maybe in conjunction with the Blade, and that might have been what they were trying to do, waiting for HK to get into position to let that combo rip, that might have been the win for Valiant Guardians. It's just a quick, like a split-second decision, and that split second that Moving Fish trips over the last hurdle, that HK gets decapitated at the last possible second, that ends up pulling it back in Washington Timeless's favor. Again, when they have no business winning the fights, they find the fight win.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda is the name of the game here, unfortunately, for Valiant Guardians. So close. But I think we see the deaths per 10, and I think that's a huge factor of what happened here at the end of this map. It was the Genji pick originally from HK, but it seems like when they tried to go in, they were usually being found out. That Blade at the end, it could have been their saving grace, but like you said, the rest of the team kind of fell apart while they're trying to set up for that. The execution just was not quick enough, and that is these micro decisions, these moments where it takes just a little bit too long to get in the position that you want to get into the place you want to be, where you actually are able to use these ultimates. They just could not sit up the way they wanted to. And this is what happens. To the lower bracket they go.
I mean, yeah, to the lower bracket they go. Like you said, it's nothing to lose your head over unless you're HK trying to pop a Dragon Blade in front of Snozzler, who will take your head off with a rail shot.
That's so brutal.
It was a brutal shutdown. You know, when you go all in with a Dragon Blade like that and it gets shut down, it is brutal. It feels crushing, and that has to feel very crushing for Valiant Guardians. But like I said, I don't know if they know, or if Washington Timeless even know how close that actually was. Maybe they do if the old tracking was there. Maybe they understood their win condition a little bit better, which would be on par with, you know, what we've seen so far. I mean, Midtown was like all over the place, but again, Washington Timeless, they understand their win conditions and they execute them, and that is what it all comes down to at the end of the day. And that still leaves us with the question: can anybody stop Washington Timeless? We've seen two of the best in all of Calling All Heroes step up today to try and take a crack at it, but no one's even made them sweat. If you come at the king, you best not miss. And these two teams, these two greats, Drainers and Valiant Guardians back to back, they missed. They grazed them, kinda, a little bit. I don't even know if, like, again, Washington Timeless know how close it came, but they missed.
They did indeed. And we're going to have some of those questions answered. I think I know what the answer is anyway from Washington Timeless on if anyone can do anything against them. But we're going to have some other questions for a member from their team in just a few moments. We're going to take a quick break before the interview, but after, we're going to be talking to a member.
Welcome back, everybody. We are witnessing potentially one of the most insane upper bracket tournament runs of all time, courtesy of Washington Timeless. It feels like it makes no sense, like it shouldn't be happening, but here, to make a little bit of sense of it, we've got Z coming in from Washington Timeless. Z, how are you doing?
Pretty good. Some nice wins today, so feeling good about our performance.
You definitely should be feeling pretty good about your performance, not just today, but across the entire tournament. You are now in grand finals without dropping a single map. I want to ask you, I think I know the answer, but I want to hear it from you. Is a full golden tournament possible?
Yeah, for sure. I think that, we don't really think about it too much in the game, but we know what the expectations are for our team. We just practice really hard, and we don't really have any holes when it comes to our players. Like, we have strong players in every role, so it's very easy to fall back on.
Yeah, no holes to be seen whatsoever. The game plan has been flawless so far, but I will say Valiant Guardians definitely tested you a bit today. There were some very close calls. I want to talk about Midtown and that final fight on your attack. Came down to a buzzer beater. You had a very clutch Ant Matrix that helped keep your team in it. How are you as a team able to pull out that victory?
Honestly, like I said, we just have good players in every role, and I don't really feel like we have any nerves. We're all pretty experienced players, so even when it gets down to those final fight situations, we kind of lock in a little bit more, to be honest. And so we just start calling a little bit more and listen to each other, and we're good enough players that we can pull it through usually.
The ability to lock in some of those tough moments and being able to weather the storm is something that definitely shows in your guys' team play. It feels like you guys all play off of each other so well, especially in these Sigma compositions, which seems to be your bread and butter so far. But I want to know, do you guys have any other looks that we haven't seen that maybe you're just saving for a rainy day?
Yeah, if for whatever reason our Sigma comp is really struggling, we'll make small adjustments to it, like you saw on Servasa. We swapped off the Bastion and went on Genji Soj, but we can play other stuff for sure. Like Sniper can play a bunch of characters, and a lot of the cops are just pretty intrinsic at this level, so we can definitely play whatever we need to.
Well, you're about to be playing in the grand finals no matter what. You've locked in your spot, your second back-to-back grand finals. As a team, I gotta ask, who are you expecting to be meeting there?
I feel like definitely the Guardians. Valiant Guardians push us the most, and I feel like when they're playing well, they're probably the best team to play against.
It definitely feels like they pushed you, but again, not even enough to take a map off of you. And with how well you guys have been playing and the fact that you are now in grand finals, you have definitely earned a fair bit of congratulations for that. You've also earned yourself the floor, which I will give to you to answer these two questions. First of all, how does it feel to be here in Calling All Heroes and be in the grand finals at this point? And do you have any shout outs you want to give, any last words that you want to say? The floor is yours. Take it away.
It's really cool to be in Calling All Heroes. It's a nice environment, and playing around a bunch of new people, making new friends and connections is always fun. And having a nice bit of competition is always a good time. So I'm really enjoying myself. And I just like to thank my parents and friends for always supporting me. They're the best.
Love to hear it. Thank you so much to Z for coming in. What a great interview. What a great performance that we've seen from Washington Timeless, and they are not quite done. If you want to see how their story ends, you're gonna have to tune in tomorrow. But today, we've had a lot of great matches. Unfortunately for Jag, we did not get to see a map 4. I know how badly you want. I wanted one too. I've been right here with you for most of it, but I for your sake, because I know that it's just you're not gonna be here tomorrow, and I am, so I wanted to give that to you. I wanted you to be there to see it, but how unfortunate. But
Yeah.
we still had a lot of great maps. Or a lot of great matches. We can take a look at the bracket really quick to see how things have shaken out thus far and see what tomorrow might be looking like.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is Jerry Nightmare officially has been eliminated. That number 2 seed, we had asked if they had been tested enough. The answer is not quite, as they end up falling in that first round of Vancouver Titans Blue. They do get the win over Aegis, but then immediately fall to Draenor. So Draenor's looking like they could still be that top 3 team that you have mentioned quite a few times. I think the biggest question now is Vancouver Titans Blue versus Bearclaw, who's able to come out on top of that force themselves into the lower semifinals and then eventually the lower finals against Valiant Guardians. We don't really know where the score is for that one, so it's anyone's guess. We talked about Vancouver Titans Blue and how much we want them to break through that threshold of 5th through 6th. That's where they are, I believe, right now. If they win this next one, they could break into top 4, then maybe even top 3. So still plenty of run for them left potentially if they can win this one out.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be one to keep an eye on. I mean, I'm also a little disappointed to see that the likes of Fable and Aegis have both been eliminated. I mean, those are some great storylines and some great underdog storylines, some great players on those teams that I would have liked to see more from, and it's a shame that we're not going to get to at this point in time, but have a look over towards the right side of the bracket where things are trending. Of course, we've got Washington Timeless, but have a look at the other 2 teams that have locked in their positions right now. It's that tryout again. It's that same top 3, and there may be one more to join them, but I mean, the podium seems for the most part entirely shaped up.
I think it's really Bear Claw. Like, can they have this upset? It looks like we just actually saw that Vancouver Titans Blue is up 2-0. I'm not sure if that was just updated or I just missed it before, but they are one away from sweeping. So we could have that top 4 established in just a few moments, which personally, with how Vancouver Titans Blue is playing today, earlier what we saw, I would not be surprised. So that feels like the top 4 teams that we have here. And then it'll just be a battle to see who can go up against Washington Timeless and maybe take a map off of them in the grand finals.
I mean, it seems all the likely that it will be either Drainers or Valiant Guardians. Having to take another step up, maybe 3rd time will be the charm for one of those teams, or maybe it will be Bear Claw, maybe it will be Vancouver Titans Blue making a miracle lower bracket run. A surprise that we never saw coming, a Hangzhou spark of sorts, if we want to allude back to the grand finals that happened in Toronto this past, a couple weeks ago at this point. It feels like yesterday to me still, but a couple weeks ago. But speaking of, thank you very much to Toronto Defiant for hosting this today. It's been a phenomenal day of games, but we got another day left to come with all of those games that we saw, all the ones we alluded to on the lower end of on the right-hand side of the bracket there, the deep runs from all these teams. We've got all that and more coming at you tomorrow, but Jag, first, I believe you have some things you want to say.
Absolutely. I just wanted to say, as my time on the broadcast comes to an end, thank you so much to the Toronto Defiant, Calling All Heroes, Kaming, and Chef Billy, who did an amazing job last week, and everyone else I've gotten to work with on this. As an ally, being able to support Calling All Heroes in marginalized genders and esports is incredibly important to me, and has been an honor to be a part of this event. Lemon Kiwi and CB are going to be on the cast tomorrow. They're going to crush it. You have to tune in because it's absolutely going to be incredible. Don't want to miss them at all. And of course, the grand finals are just around the corner, so you got to stick around and see that. Thank you once again. It has been a privilege to bring these games to you.
Thank you so much for that, Jack. I mean, I'm looking forward to getting to work with Lemon Kiwi, but it was always, as always, a pleasure to work with you as well, my good friend. I mean, thank you for joining me, and thank you for, coming along this ride for me. But hey, like we said, tomorrow there is still a little bit more. There is one last destination that we have on this ride, and that is to the grand finals. And I hope that you'll join us today at 11 p.m. Pacific time. That is 2 p.m. Eastern time. If you're one of those East Coast people like me, you're gonna want to see it. We've seen how good the games are today, and even if we're just seeing the same games again, they're gonna be all the better because it's all on the line. The stakes are getting higher and higher. Who can topple Washington Timeless? There is only one way to find out, and that is by tuning in. We will see you guys all tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us. Farewell. Bye-bye.